motto. I said that a woman that is strong and independent should be strong enough and independent enough to protect and provide for herself. But a sister that understands that we need each other is more than entitled to my protection and provision.
And yes, that's exactly what I've seen all my life. Where the men they protected their women. I was well protected. My husband died 5 years ago this year, so I was well protected, and I do miss him. I miss him. I miss him. And it's very difficult learning to go from my father's home to my husband, and now on my own totally.
I
I,
pre-
yes, yes, I want another strong black man, and I am in pursuit.
and sister, believe it or not, if you was married once, then you're definitely qualified to be married again. So I doubt if that would be a very long journey.
Well, it's the financial things now, men that have children, or they're helping their parents, or so. I mean, I've been dated since. I mean, it's been eons, so I got to get used to it. I may have to be a cougar, so we'll see.
Hey now, hey now.
Trust me, sister. Me personally, I'm a Thundercat. I actually prefer women my age or older. That's
Yeah,
just my personal preference.
yeah. My girlfriend is 7 years older than me, so she's 43. I'm 36. So I love it. I love it.
Let me ask you a question, sister Elmira, and uh, pieces and blessings to your husband in the afterlife. I have a question for you, sister. Do you believe that if you carried a strong and independent mindset, would your husband have proposed to you, or did you have a strong and independent mindset when you met your husband, and did he change that for you?
Yes, he did. Well, no, I used to pick up what is it, Playgirl magazine back in the day, and I was just in high school, so my father always told me, look the way of the man. Black men, they go through a lot. You just don't realize. And as I was working and going to college, I did notice, the racist things. And my brother, he was in college, and he'd come home from Toledo U, and he'd say, the way that the instructors were, treating them over the white kids, and so yeah, no, I knew, I knew what was going on. We got Ebony and Jet every week, in the house. So no, I've always, looked toward black men, and my husband, he didn't have the same socioeconomic basis that I came from. Yet, we worked things out, and he did need to redirect me with certain things. It wasn't, it was minuscule. I was like getting into the women libs books, and I think her name was Michelle Wallace. I even read her book, and how she said a Puerto Rican guy took her virginity from her, and it was like, she was saying, well, that's what she thought was the best way to go, and it kind of messed her up because she didn't deal with a black man. So I always dealt with black men. Some of my brothers, fraternity brothers, I dated them, and yeah, no, I've always and I had cousins that dated some of the Globetrotters, and black gangsters, in Cleveland. And so no, I knew the political ramifications of dating outside. I had white neighbors. We looked down the street at them. Thought that they were groovy looking. Getting into their cars, or though other than that, no. And
Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let me ask you this, because you kind of veered off the topic just a little bit. You kind of went into the swirl and then interracial, I don't like to use interracial, interethnic arrangements and relationships, and that's not really what I'm speaking to, sister. I'm actually speaking to the modern day woman, and especially the modern day black women mindset. Not all, once again, I know this is not all the sisters. I'm not speaking absolutes, but I'm speaking to a particular segment of black women in our community that have that mindset that they don't need a man. That
The racist things. And my brother, he was in college, and he'd come home from Toledo U, and he'd say, the way that the instructors were, treating them over the white kids, and so yeah. No, I knew, I knew what was going on. We got Ebony and Jet every week, in the house. So no, I've always, looked toward black men. And my husband, he didn't have the same socioeconomic basis that I came from. Yet, we worked things out. And he did need to redirect me with certain things. It wasn't, it was minuscule. I was like getting into the women libs books, and I think her name was Michelle Wallace. I even read her book, and how she said a Puerto Rican guy took her virginity from her. And it was like, she was saying, well, that's what she thought was the best way to go. And it kind of messed her up because she didn't deal with a black man. So, I always dealt with black men. Some of my brothers, fraternity brothers, I dated them. And yeah, no, I've always, and I had cousins that dated some of the Globetrotters and, black gangsters, in Cleveland. And so, no, I knew the political ramifications of dating outside. I had white neighbors, we'd look down the street at them, thought that they were groovy looking, getting into their cars or, though other than that, no. And,
oh,
and
um,
yeah,
so
yeah.
let me ask you this, because you kind of veered off the topic just a little bit. You kind of went into the swirl and then interracial, I don't like to use interracial, interethnic arrangements and relationships, and that's not really what I'm speaking to, sister. I'm actually speaking to the modern day woman, and especially the modern day black women mindset. Not all, once again, I know this is not all the sisters. I'm not speaking absolutes, but I'm speaking to a particular segment of black women in our community that have that mindset that they don't need a man, that a man is useless unless it's for a sexual activity or unless it's for economic reasons, and that they do not need a man's protection or provision in the world that men built. I'm speaking to that mindset. Now, hold up, sister, before you fly, before I let you take off. If this is my question, do you know any women who carry that mindset and were able to have successful marriages if they got married at all?
That's it. They didn't get married. They just, what I'm saying again, I'm back into the workforce. And, you know, I used to tell the people that I used to work with, the young ladies, I says, I'm glad I didn't need to go through what you girls are going through, what you women are going through. And then my husband died. And, it just, though, I mean, the number of men they say that they've had, we used to say, step on a crack, you break your mother's back. And I'm like, oh, hell no, I'm not going to break my mother's back, let alone my own. So, and they talk about it. I'll probably never get married. And they've had so many men. I just, it kind of grosses me out. I don't want to deal with those numbers of men. So, they're talking what you're saying. I'll just be alone. And I try to give them things that, like yesterday, a girl says, I'm used to my boyfriend picking me up from work, and do I have the car today? And I says, yeah, you miss that companionship. Even his music, you get in and, get a different beat going. And so, yeah, black people, we really got to get this together because, I mean, the women who have the children, though, then they're alone. It's frightening to me that, as I say, I miss my husband every day, every day. He died of a heart condition I didn't know about. He wouldn't tell me. We had the same doctor, so what they call the HIPAA. Yeah, so, I just, I just feel beaten up that way with, through my relationship. I didn't have knowledge. So, though, yeah,
Now,
yeah.
now
I,
I just wanted this, hopefully, because I didn't know your husband, but I mean, I'm pretty sure he was a good man, good brother, because a lot of the Pookies and Ray Rays ain't even looking to get married. And you're speaking to a reformed Pookie or Ray Ray, so trust me, I know. But speaking from a man's perspective, and let me just say, if I was in your husband's shoes and that was my situation, um, please don't be mad at your husband, or be angry with him, or feel like he was trying to keep something from you. He was actually trying to protect you. And I'm just speaking from the perspective of how, as men that love our wives and love our women, how our minds work. If I was in his shoes and I knew that I had a terminal illness, I wouldn't want my wife to know either. Reason being is because it's to protect your feelings. And then, believe it or not, when a man's when a man's wife, if she's worried, for in other words, if my wife is worried, especially about my well-being, then it throws my whole way of thinking off. Because if she's worried, I'm worried, and it might not be that situation if I keep the worriness out of her way. You get what I'm saying? So it's really a protection thing. That's just how men work. Listen, I don't want my wife to worry about that. I'm dying, so what? I'm gonna die anyway, someday anyway. That's how just how men think. So I believe
well,
that he was coming from that perspective. Hopefully.
yeah, he didn't have his father around. He had a great father, though his mother, she was just really lewd and outrageous. So, he lost a lot there, not having his father. Though my father always told me, look toward the man. And I had a brother, though. That relationship. My mother couldn't have children, and my father spent, found 3 doctors to unblock her tube. So I'm pleased to, I'm more than pleased to be on the planet. And so, I attempt to give back, religiously, spiritually, all of that. So anyway, yeah, though, um, I can't save everybody. I know that. My father would tell me, you're not Jesus Christ. So, take care of yourself. And I am strong. I'm working toward being more independent. And I'm on the dating sites. I told you guys the other night, though. That's interesting. And I'm not out there with the COVID too, because some guys took the shot, and I haven't. And I don't want to be around them and get the particles to drop off on me. Um, and No, yeah, strong and independent. No, I'm not with it. I don't believe women need to be all that, because then they're going into another phase of who they are, or who they perceive themselves to be. Thank you, Racer.
Thank you, Sister Elmira. I appreciate you sharing that. That was a lovely dialogue right there. Appreciate you so much. Now, ladies, I see y'all sitting here in this room. Now, even though this is an FBA space, any woman is more than welcome to come up here. And I sent y'all a couple of mics too. So, ladies, please come up here and join this conversation. I actually started this room for you. So come on up and say your piece. How you doing, Sister Kirsten? What's up? What's happening?
Hi, how are you?
What's happening?
Hi. So what's the this title is why are you telling people to keep their ass over there?
Once again, let me just reset the room. I'm speaking to a certain segment of our community of black women in general, not all, but the segment of black women in our community that have this mindset that a man is worthless, that they do not need a man's protection and provision, and that they could survive in a world on their own that men created.
Okay.
What's AV?
Well, I'm unmarried, and at this point, provision and protection is situational, and that means when I'm in the presence of, I am able to position myself in a way that allows the man or the men who are also in my vicinity to be the providers and the protectors. But that is because that's the way that I was raised. I was fortunate enough to have not only my father in the household, but also a whole community of other men and women who cared for the whole community, regardless of whether you were blood family or not. So that's just the way that I was raised. Like, I feel that way. And me not living in my father's house anymore, to be quite honest, as an adult and living outside of his home, it's not his responsibility to, on a daily basis, provide and protect me because I chose to leave his home. Um, that's not to say that he still doesn't. Like I said, it's situational. I just had a situation with one of the toilets in my house, and I was literally just talking to one of my cousins in earshot of my father, and he said, "I'll give you the money to pay for it." I didn't ask him for it, nor did I need the money for him to pay for it. I'm capable of paying for it myself, but I'm not going to deny my father the opportunity to care for me the way that he decides to care for me. It's not a big deal, you know, even if it was just $15 to replace a part. Like, the fact that he wanted to do that is what I say. So this whole strong independent woman thing, it's a trope and it's a stereotype, especially for black women, especially because more of us are uncoupled, and I also don't have children, so that's that not that I gave birth to, so that's a whole different conversation. So I don't have this air of strong independent woman, but if you ask someone, they would say that I'm a strong independent woman, just for the sake of the fact that I live my life in such a way that I have to, like, if I don't do certain things, then they don't get done because I'm uncoupled, or excuse me, I'm unmarried and I don't have any children. So I don't have a man that lives in my house all the time. So that's, like, me having a home, and me going to, well, me having a job, me buying my own things, me taking myself to dinner or hanging out with my girlfriends at dinner, or even some of my male friends, and sometimes paying for it or whatever. Like, that's what you'll see when someone, that's how that whole strong independent thing started. But for me, it was always a function of just being an adult who does not live in your parents' home, or who's unmarried, and not like it's just you taking care of your responsibilities. So I don't like the whole, the trope part of it, if that makes sense.
Right, I understand that, but let's be clear. This mindset does exist in our community. I know our community didn't birth this mindset, but unfortunately it seems and let's be clear, this is why I put ladies, this is why I didn't put black woman, this is why I didn't put FBA woman in the title, because I seen this mindset transgress ethnicities. It's more of an Americanized mindset, but we see this rhetoric and this trope and this mindset being exhibited by a large group of black women in particular. So, why do you think that's a trope on black women, and why is it so many black women that adopt and exhibit this mindset?
Well, again, like I said, it's a function of their socioeconomic status. They take that on as an affirmation, um, and sometimes it's a defense mechanism because they did not have what I described I had as growing up, and perhaps they don't know to allow how to allow someone else, whether it be a man, a woman, anything, to allow. They don't know how to allow them to lead them because they've only had to lead themselves, or that was the example that was set for them. So, like I said, it's a function of society. It's not necessarily always a bad thing. Sometimes it's a survival thing. Sometimes it's an all thing. We've made it into this negative thing that we're attaching this label to people to say that they're hateful, or to say that like you said, like, I'm a strong independent, I don't need, like, there's that whole I'm a strong independent, I don't need no man to blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, necessity and desire are not the same thing. And to say that I don't need a man is 100% true. But whether or not that's a flex is a different conversation. And to say that I don't need something does not necessarily negate the desire for those things either. Trust me. I
Okay.
would I would
No,
not want to. I don't like taking the trash out. I don't like pumping my own gas. Like, I don't like doing these so-called gendered things. One of the reasons I live in a condo is because I don't want to cut grass. So, or I don't want to do lawn work or yard work because, again, my father did that. I don't want to do that. That's not my job, in my opinion. But if I had to, I would. When there's things I have to do, I do them. So, like I said, like, the desire does not necessarily negate the need. Do I need someone to take care of me? No. Do I desire that? Absolutely. Who doesn't want to be spoiled? Who doesn't want to be taken care of? Who doesn't want to have those things? But I'm not going to deprive myself of the things that I desire just because I'm currently in a state where, again, there's not someone I'm coupled with. Does that make sense?
right. It makes complete sense. But here's the thing. You're speaking on a strictly a social and personal level. I'm talking about on a societal level. And so let me ask you this: do you believe that women alone can survive in a world that men built? In other words, can uh what's that place Wonder Woman's from?
Amazonia.
Amazonia. Thank you, Elmira. Can Amazonia truly exist on this planet? Or
Well,
Old Town?
we know that's not true because you need both of us for reproduction. So yeah, I mean, I'm not getting into the
Well,
fantasy realm.
okay. Well, as far as reproduction, yes, but I'm talking about I'm talking about strictly on the terms of survival. Can women survive in an all women society, in a society that men built?
Well, you're throwing in a society that men built. Like, you keep
Yes, men
throwing
men
that
build
in.
and maintain the society. We did. We
Okay.
do.
Okay. Well, to answer your question, can women survive without men? Absolutely, we do it every day.
So the point I'm making, sister, is that you survive because men maintain the society. That's why
Well,
you survive. But without us maintaining the society will fall. Do you agree?
no. Well, okay, like, you keep saying I'm making it personal. I'm literally saying that the collective is the desired state, that men, women, and whatever, and non-binary, whatever you else you want to call yourself, that you need everyone to maintain the thing. That would be like me saying that my family didn't survive because my great grandfather passed away before even my father was born, and my great grandmother, who lived to be 104, never remarried. So, but she survived. You see what I'm saying? And she had a wonderful life. So,
That's
so
not what
what do
I
you?
mean,
So
sister.
what? Well, that's what you're
All right,
like.
so
You're
let
using.
me
You're using loose. You're using
right.
loose
So
terms.
I know, sister. That's why I'm gonna clear it up for you. In other words, if men do not go out and maintain the infrastructures of the society, such as the waterways, the bridges, the tunnels, the roads, the electric companies, the power companies, the cements, the pavement, the construction of buildings, the construction of roads, will women be able to take on those jobs without men's assistance at all?
Absolutely, you have women that do those things. You have women engineers. You have women everything. So I'm not understanding why you
Because
think.
this is the point I'm making, sister. I'm going to make it very clear for you. I work in the construction industry. If not yet have I seen a all female excavation crew. Not yet have I seen a all female utility crew. Not yet have I even seen a all male firefighter squad. So why is that? If women
Because
can
those
maintain,
were
hold on, wait a minute. If
because those
women can
were because
maintain,
those were gendered because
let me
those were
finish my
gendered
question.
positions.
Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question. If women can maintain the society and this infrastructure without men, why I do not see all female crews in these infrastructure occupations?
No, that's a great question. And I'm going to answer it for you and that's a great question for me because because of the what I do for a living. The reason is because historically, the way that society was structured said that men work those roles. Those were gendered roles. Just like you wouldn't typically see a male as a housekeeper, or what they used to call a maid or whatever. You wouldn't see many men working in a laundromat. Those were considered women's roles. You wouldn't call a man. You wouldn't in like a diner you would have a waitress, but in an upscale restaurant you would have a waiter. You see what I'm saying? Like those were gendered roles.
No,
So,
I agree,
so
but
historically, because like I said, historically those roles were defined by gender. Now we're coming to a point where women are choosing to have those roles, and you do have, and no, we're still not at the point where you're going to have an all. Actually, I have seen an all black woman, a black woman owned um, engineering construction firm. I believe in Michigan. So there's that. So yeah, I think you are seeing that those things are becoming true. And no, I still have never seen an all woman firefighters or an all woman police force or an all woman construction crew. But that doesn't mean that that's not possible and that they don't exist somewhere just because I haven't seen it.
yeah, but the point is not it's just the simple existence of that. But the point is that can that exist, and will this society and infrastructure of the society still maintain itself without men? Without no men's guidance, without no men's help, without a man's strength? Can that happen?
Absolutely no, because again, I'm coming from the standpoint that society can't exist with only women, nor can society exist with only men. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but
You need both.
I'm simply talking. Well, all right. Let's just say I was Thanos. I'm gonna use Kevin Samuels' theory. I'm Thanos. I snap my fingers. All the men disappear today. Will there be all women crews maintaining this infrastructure of the society for ages to come, or do you believe that you need men to maintain the society? Because very and I know this is. Let me just say this. This is my standpoint. It is impossible because women do not uh have the strength naturally to manipulate the environment for survival. In other words, if the infrastructure was just to fall and we had to go live in the forest, well, a crew of women may be able to build one tree house, but one man can build 10 tree houses. So that's the point I'm making. Without a man, period, can this society and infrastructure survive strictly off of women?
I'm going to have to say yes, only because you're using a hypothetical. I feel like we'll figure it out just like we have every other time.
Okay, no problem. Black MP, you have a comment, bro?
Yeah, so the question you were asking, originally, do you see all female firefighter crews or all female construction crews? And I don't want to butcher your answer, Kirsten, but I believe that you said what it was is because historically, those roles have been given to men. So
Yes.
with that being the case, right, you said that. So the one part that you're not saying is why were they given to men? They're given to men because men are more equipped to do that type of work. As far I'm not talking about mentally, I'm talking about as stamina and strength. We're built to take that work, even mentally. Um, Mentally, I would say women are not capable in working those type of jobs over and over and those type of hours, night and day. You're not built for that. So that's why they're driven by men. Yeah, you might have a female sprinkled in here and there, but the bulk of the work is going to be done by the men. And that's not a slight against the women. It's just that's something that needs to be accepted that that is not your lane, right? So then when we look at the title, we have to understand that ladies, keep your strong, independent ass over there. Is that there's some jobs that men are supposed to do, and you just have to know, what lane you're supposed to be in. I'll land there.
Sister Kirsten, you can rebut if you like, and then I'm gonna move on to the next
No,
speaker.
I don't have a rebuttal because we said the same thing.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Uh, Sister Kush is on you, Sister Kush.
Hello, niggas. Listen, I most definitely
Hi,
do
Negro.
feel. What's up, nigga? You smell good. Uh, so, I most definitely do feel like men are most definitely needed in our society in general. Like Black and Power was just saying, look, my husband's more than willing. If he wants to, he can go work a construction job. Okay, I ain't about that life. I ain't built like that, nigga. I'm cool. I don't even like sweating out my hair. Like I ain't about that shit, and I'm okay with that. It's one of those things about being in a dynamic in a relationship or even in a marriage. There's just some things that you do and there's just some things you don't do. There has to be some kind of like understanding, because there is a hierarchy here that plays into all that. So I do just want to throw that out there. But I don't want to live in an all women society, because bitch, I don't like coochie. I don't like coochie. I like dick. Okay, and hey, look, Big Bertha is not gonna come fucking take me at no point in time. I don't know about y'all, but I will fight a bitch for my shit. Okay, Big Bertha will go down today, tomorrow, and next week, and any hoes that try to come after me, because I know I'm a hot commodity. But no, it's a real ass shit. No, I definitely do feel like men, especially black men, are one of those things that are needed in our community. Because without that black man, I bitch, we can't have no baby. I'm not fucking with you. You too emotional. You too damn emotional, and I'm not bumping uglies with you. There ain't nothing you could do that's gonna satisfy me, bro. That's weird. That's the weird ass shit. And I mean, it's going off a little tangent. I ain't no damn feminist. I'm gonna throw that out there. So if whoever thinks I'm for the sisterhood, you
We
a
know,
lie.
sister. We know, sister. We know, sister.
Okay, cause gotta make sure, cause niggas be trying to paint a narrative on a bitch, and I ain't for that shit. But yeah, that's all I say. Thank you, niggas.
Thank you, Negro. I appreciate you for joining us. But before you go, Sister Kush, I'm gonna propose the same question that I proposed to Sister Kirsten. Can Amazonia truly exist on this planet?
Hell
Go.
no. Hell no, because you got these big old Amazonian bitches that want to be so goddamn masculine that it's unattractive. That shit's unattractive. What I mean, you hoes what y'all gonna be fighting over, bruh? What is
Wait,
y'all?
wait, hold
No,
up, sister. Hold up, sister. I'm not speaking sex aside, sexual attractions aside. I'm strictly talking about maintaining the infrastructure and keeping this world as we know it going. Can Amazonia hold up to the task?
no, because bitches be too emotional, and I ain't got time for that shit. I need logic and rationality that are in shit that's going down. Like, bitch, I don't need you to tell me how the fuck you feel because you mad we gotta dig this fat ass hole because we need water. I don't need to hear that shit. Are you gonna dig it? You gonna help me dig it? Or you gonna whine about your goddamn feelings all day? I don't want to hear that shit. I don't even like to hear myself whine about my damn feelings. I'm just throwing that out there. But that's all I had to say, Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you, Kush. I appreciate you, sister, without a doubt.
That's
Sister
my
Afro.
Negro sister right there.
Oh yeah. That's my nigga behind the trigger. Afro Bubbles is on you, sister.
Peace to the room. Peace to the room. Thank you for letting me speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, sister. The floor is yours, sister.
Okay. Well, first of all, I don't see anything wrong with being strong and independent. Let me put it this way. So, my dad was a girl dad. I don't have any brothers. So, he raised us to be strong and independent. He raised us to be, let me see how can I put this, not to be objectified as women, to be proud, to be beautiful, to be strong, to stand on our own 2 feet in any situation. Okay. I appreciate that. He raised us to not define ourselves by gender roles particularly, so that I could mow the lawn, take the trash out, change a tire, tinker under the hood. I understand sports. I can play some, etc. So he raised us to be very versatile because we are in a man's world. And whether we, get married or get booed up with an alpha male that'll take care of all of our, issues, problems, cover us, is not really up to us. You know what I'm saying? So we should be able to survive in this man's world. Now, on the other hand, my mother is extremely girly, extremely feminine, and she catered to his every need, wish, want. They are still in love today. She was a traditional wife. She could work if she wanted to. He totally supported her as he did his girls in whatever we wanted to be or do. But she was extremely feminine and extremely, she catered to him. That nigga didn't have to lift a finger, and he was good to her. He covered her, gave her everything she needed, wanted, all of us. So I got the best of both worlds growing up. And I can stand on my own too, and the thing is, I would prefer to not have to do that. I would prefer to live my life in the presence of an alpha, because he gonna make sure I'm straight. But but a lot of times, a woman like myself will attract a beta male. So you need to be strong and independent, because he can't make a decision without, he's kind of weaker than you in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of goes by your lead. So I don't like that. So if I have an alpha, I submit to him. I mean, hey, you got it, baby. You got it. Then I can be feminine. Then I can be that person that I want to be. But I thank God that my father raised us to where if you don't have an alpha, you know what I'm saying, and you don't just want to be by yourself, you can do it. You can do what needs to be done. So that's how I feel. I don't see nothing wrong with being strong and independent. As a woman, we don't know if we're going to be chosen or we're going to be chosen by a beta. We got to be the man. You feel me? We don't know. So it's good to have both sides of it. But if you got an alpha, cherish them, spoil them. If they worth it, I mean, give them the reins. Let them run with it. Our men need us to back them up, to praise them, to beat them up. That's what this is all about. It's reciprocal. That's how I feel.
Hey, Racebo, check your messages real quick, bro.
Hey, can I throw in my tidbit and then I leave?
Yeah, go ahead, sister.
So I do want to say this. So I don't necessarily like the term alpha male and beta male, and the reason why I don't like those terms, and it was brought to my attention because I was using that shit too, right? So that alpha male that everybody likes and everybody wants, at times that alpha male does have to acclimate and become beta male, during certain points in their life. For instance, if they're not an individual that has their own like they don't run their own business, you get what I'm saying? If you're, especially if that alpha male has a corporate job, he has to acclimate and to become that beta male because he cannot talk to his boss crazy and to demonstrate that alpha male energy towards a boss. So and again, it's kind of like a closeted term in a way. A male that is able to lead is able to acclimate in his surroundings no matter where he is at. He understands that there's a time and place to act. He understands that there's just sometimes the shit just needs to be let go, and it's not always worth addressing. Um, so when we use those terms alpha male and beta male, it puts a man in his masculinity into a box and to say this is what an alpha male is and this is what a beta male is, but essentially both those things are both needed in order to have a leader. So I just want to throw that out there. That's all I say. Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you, Kush. Afro Bubbles, I just want to respond to something that you said. Now, as far as your father is concerned, because me and him, I think we have a similar mindset. Because I don't know your father once again, but for my personal preference, I want 3 girls. I just like daddy's little girls. I want 3 beautiful young black girls. And I always say that if God blesses me with women and had to have girls, I will make sure that they don't need a man for anything except for the bedroom. But and then with that being said, do you believe that your father raised you in that particular fashion?
He absolutely did.
Now,
He absolutely did. Yeah.
okay, cool. Now, would you be able to carry on that mindset and have that survival without the presence of your father?
Quite honestly, if I was raised just by my mom, I wouldn't be strong and independent.
So,
I would,
all
yeah.
right. So this is what I'm getting to. You call yourself strong and independent, and with that mindset comes a aura of masculinity. Wouldn't you say?
No, it doesn't have to. It doesn't
So,
have to.
so
I
how
mean, you don't have to
you
come
just said
off.
it, but I'm going. Hold up. I'm going by what you
Mhm,
said. You just
mhm.
admitted that you wouldn't have that mindset if it wasn't your father. If it wasn't for your father. So that even him instilling that mindset in you came from a nucleus of masculinity. Even though he passed that mindset and that, let's just say, training onto his daughter, it still came from a man, right?
Yeah, it came from a man.
So wouldn't you say that came from once again, came from a masculine aura?
Yeah, but it,
I'm speaking on the mindset. I'm just speaking on the mindset.
well, yes, it came from a masculine aura, but it came from a man who understands that his girls have to perform out here in this world. The only way a woman is going to survive, well, I shouldn't say survive, be successful, make it in this world is if she knows how to play the game, in a man's world, to get what she wants and needs through her feminine wiles, you know, through her femininity, which is where my mom was, came from. And that's how it would be if she was raising me only. Or from also having knowledge of how men think and how to operate within that without losing your femininity. Just having the knowledge. Like he put you up on game. That's basically what he did. You understand?
Right. I understand that. And it's from a father's perspective, but at the same time, you're still adopting a masculine mindset, right?
No, no, no.
Why?
Because
Why not?
I had my mother to balance that.
I'm speaking on the societal level, sis. Like I said, even with you, you had balance. Let's say your mother was you, and she had your mindset. Would there still be balance?
Yes.
How
Yes, but
so?
she
How
would
so?
operate, she would um my mother was the type of woman who, if she were my age right now, she would be batting her eyes and twerking and flirting, and this how she would get what she needs and wants. Nothing wrong with that. Many of our sisters use our femininity and our beauty, our physical beauty and all that to get what we want. That's traditional. That's what we kind of do. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But then there's the other side. So I just feel like I can do both. I can code switch. No, I'm not masculine at all. But I do know how to handle myself among men and know how to get respect from men without being angry and militant and hard. I'm never hard, never hard. But I know, what I'm dealing with and how men think. So it helps me strategize to get, you know, in the position I need to be in. I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, I agree with you. I don't think I agree with you there because I don't believe
Hmm.
that you have to have a masculine persona
Hmm.
or have masculine behavior traits to have a masculine mindset. I don't believe that.
Oh, oh, I see.
Yeah, right. That I'm speaking.
I see.
That's why I'm strictly speaking to the mindset
I
because
get you.
I'll give you an example. A woman can be the most feminine woman on the planet, and this is actually a situation. She could be the most feminine woman on the planet, but the way, especially the way society is designed today, and the way society has been for ages, if I if she makes more than me and I do not financially equate or exceed her strictly financially, mentally she won't respect me. Or do you disagree?
I agree. I mean, just for me, I can't say for all women. Can't generalize that, Razor. But for me, I agree. For me,
So now this is gonna be my last question, and this is just for you, but you can speak generally if you believe so. Do you believe that a woman that makes more than her man can allow her man to be an alpha male within the household?
yes, I do. Yes, I do. Absolutely do.
Speaking, okay, no doubt. I'll accept your answer. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem. Brother John V, it's on you. Then Sister Candace, then ASAP.
Peace to the room. What's up with you, brother?
What's
It's
happening,
funny
man?
you had
John
this.
V, big step, big player stepper.
I wish, baby. I wish. Still trying to figure out how your hand. Yeah, but it's funny you bring this up, man, because we was just talking about this at the barber shop earlier. Now, this you were saying how she does it because she has to. And she doesn't.
Real quick, brother John V, you in the Matrix, brother. Can you make some adjustment?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you loud and clear, brother. The floor's yours.
I'm gonna step outside. Probably a little signal issue. But yeah, I was just saying the sister earlier was talking about how she's strong and independent because if she doesn't do it, it won't get done. I had a couple of questions about that because I hear that a lot. And is that because of the type of men that you're meeting don't qualify, or you're just not meeting anybody, or is that just like it seemed like that's like women are saying that's everybody. Like that's how all guys are. So this is why I'm strong because I can't find one that does it. So my thought was, how you know if every guy you come across is messed up, like, I mean, what do you do in that situation? Or do you start to look within, or what? Like, I'm not accusing or not trying to be funny, but I'm really trying to understand that.
Was that question for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, perhaps I wasn't clear when I said that I said that number one, I don't label myself a strong and independent woman, but I
Okay.
think a lot of the women that are labeled strong and independent, like I have been, is because we are simply doing life. Like we're simply
Mhm.
doing things that have to get done. Otherwise, because we don't have a husband or because we don't have a mate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You said because you don't have a man or because you don't have a mate or husband. That's my question. Do you not
Mhm.
have a mate or husband because of the caliber of guys you're running across, or no one measures up, or what? That's the question. Because
No,
I hear a lot of
well
people saying that.
I have a mate.
Hmm.
However, we are not married. So
Hmm.
his protection and his provision is situational. It's a
Mm.
choice that he makes. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not a responsibility that he has. So if he decided today that he didn't want to take care of something around the house, or that he did not want to be involved with me anymore, like I don't just stop. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't just stop being myself. I don't just stop being a person. It's
That's
Well,
situational.
this is the thing. Hold up,
The
family. Hold up.
same with my father. Like I made the
yeah,
example
Yeah,
that's
with my
sister, I'm sorry.
father.
interesting.
It's situational. My father, that provision and that protection was given to me, but at this point as an adult, it's situational. It's always present.
Uh,
He prepared me for this.
that's quite negative, though, isn't it?
I don't think so. I'm not being negative. What's coming across as negative
I
to
mean,
you?
I'm
I
like
want to
just a way of thinking.
understand.
I'm just saying that's like a negative way of thinking, like real cynical. Like, well, he could
Mm,
leave at any time. I mean,
that's
to
not what I
me,
said though.
most guys in relationships, to me, well, me, I'll speak for me. If I'm in a relationship, that woman is still my responsibility. As if she probably wouldn't be legally my responsibility, but I would still treat it the same way.
No, I get what you're saying, and let me clarify again. I'm not being negative. I'm saying that because we're not married, like, don't you think that and perhaps this is a societal thing, don't you think it's a little presumptuous for me to have an expectation of something from him?
No,
Okay.
that's part of trusting in a man. That's part of being, understanding that this guy's capable of taking care of me if need be. It's not a
Right.
necessity, but you want to know that he's able and capable.
He absolutely is. That's not what I'm debating. What I'm saying is that if there was just me, I am capable of
Mhm.
doing it myself. That's not a
Yes,
negative
yes.
thing.
No,
That's
that's
just
not.
a thing. Do you see what I'm
Now,
So
saying?
having a
yeah,
backup
right. So
plan
so
is.
hold up. Let me ask you a question. So Sister Kirsten, because uh well, let me not use my personal experience as an example. If you say you live in a let's say you own the home, right?
I do.
Oh, great, you own a home. Beautiful.
Yeah. I've never rented.
Hmm. Now this is what I'm point I'm making, sister. If the let's say the water heater in your home needed to be switched out and exchanged, can you do that yourself?
No, I call somebody.
Right. That's the point I'm making, sister. That's exactly the point I'm making. You will have to call someone. And
Right.
and 9 out of 10 times, or wouldn't you prefer that person that you call to be a man?
I, what? That's
More
that's a
importantly,
weird
your man.
question. That is a
No,
weird
no, it
question.
is not. What I'm
You
asking
kind of
you,
being a misogynist right now, Racer.
no, ma'am. I'm making it.
You try to listen, Racer.
Mhm.
You know my profession. You cannot be backing me into corners like this. You are really trying to get me to be out here on some. They're going to have me all over the internet talking, Kirsten is a misogynist. Kirsten hates women. Please don't do this to me.
Nobody thinks you hate women. I mean, just keep it real. If you needed your boiler, because you know why I gave you that example.
Because it's happened.
No, because
it
I'm gonna tell you why. Sister. Because I changed my boiler myself. By myself.
I don't have that skill set.
I don't have that skill set neither. But I had this. But listen, I had the strength. To unhook the boiler, take all the pipes off the boiler, drain the water, carry the boiler up a flight of steps from the basement to the main floor, carry it outside, put it on the curb, take delivery of the new boiler, drag it back downstairs, hook up all of the pipes, and make sure that was working correctly. And now that didn't necessarily take a skill set. That was more like Legos to me, but it definitely took strength that I know the average woman does not possess.
Okay.
So now, if you were in that situation, would you have to call someone and pay someone, or would you be able to do that yourself?
I have to call someone and pay someone.
So now, with that being said, I'm gonna propose my question once again. Under those dire circumstances, which we know circumstances in this country can get extremely dire, especially seeing what our brothers over there in Jackson, Mississippi are going through right now. Do you believe under those dire circumstances, Amazonia can survive without men?
Why do you keep taking it back? Like, why do you keep asking this question of women who have just said that they want to live in a society with men, that we value men and we need men? I'm never going to say that I want to be in a male-less society. I'm not going to say that because that's not true.
That's not my question. It's not about what you desire, sister. This question is not about desires.
You're asking me about a hypothetical.
Right. I am asking about a hypothetical. Do you believe that under those circumstances that Amazonia would be able to maintain and survive and maintain and occupy this infrastructure?
What I know about Amazons, yeah, they probably can because they're strong enough to do so.
I mean, Amazonia, the society, not particularly the Amazonians. I mean, as an all-female society, would y'all be able to maintain that without men?
There will be women strong enough to do that. Yes.
Hold up, stop.
You're asking me a question about
Okay, no, I got you. All right, I got you, sister. Will there be enough women to maintain the entire society without men?
That's not a good question for me because again, these are hypotheticals. Like we're talking about real stuff. We're talking about we're talking about real stuff. And like I said, the women that are on this stage, that is not that's not our ideal. So that's not my ideal. I don't desire that. I don't desire to be in a situation where I'm even thinking about being independent of someone else I can call on. No, I don't desire that.
Okay, now be clear. You don't desire that. But if it were to happen, once again, can a all-female survive those all-female society survive those circumstances?
Perhaps.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. Thank you, sister.
I got one more question, bro.
Yeah, Brother John, and then I'm gonna move on.
All right. To the sister, when you was talking about the alpha male versus beta male type of thing, right? With this, I always question what type of woman would mess with a beta male in the first place, and I always wonder why they even get mentioned in topics and situations when we're talking about good, strong men, like strong black FBA men, versus soft men that's probably raised by a woman or something like that. Like, what would prompt a woman of your caliber, like a strong woman? And I think this for Miss Afro. I can't really read the whole thing, and I don't mean no disrespect, but it's Miss Afro.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering that, like, when this alpha versus beta male argument come up, a lot of women say, well, if he was an alpha male, I'd be submissive, but if he's a beta male, then I lose respect for him. But you still mess with him. Like, that's where I'm wondering about that. Can you answer that for me?
Yeah, that's that's pretty loaded. The thing is, I in my life, alpha males don't just come along every day. There are more. There seem to be more. Well, at least what's been attracted to me in my life. I've only had a few alpha males, in my whole life. Um, and there's a lot of beta males out there because society churns them out. Because um, white supremacist society is programming our men in various ways through music, through everything. They're trying to destroy our men, and particularly our warrior class men. They're trying every which way to destroy you guys, to diminish you, to make you look less in our eyes. They big up us women. Let's face it. They push us forward, and they push you guys down. And some of our men can't withstand that, and they succumb to that. So there seem to be a lot more beta males. To your point.
Hold up, I just want to ask you a question, and I'm gonna let you fly your plane, sister. Do you believe? Who? Somebody got a hot mic? Do you believe? Hold up, sister. I got to mute you for a second because that echo is killing me. Do you believe that if that propaganda was imposed on other ethnicities, do you think that those communities would have the same outcome, or do you think that we're a novelty?
Oh, it's hard to say because I think to some extent they would be affected as well, but nobody has been as oppressed and hated as we have, and the black man in particular. So because they have white or off-white or close to white skin, I don't think they would be as affected as we have been, because they can always try to, code switch out into white society.
And the
Okay.
reason why I asked that, hold up. The reason why I asked that, oh Lord, I gotta do this again. The reason why I asked that is because historically we know that sexual degeneracy and particularly beta maleism has existed in white society for years. We know that it's been pedophilia. Tariq broke this down in Buck Break. That's why I asked you that question. If this was imposed on the other ethnicity, do you think that the effectiveness would be the same, or are we a novelty to where that just because that we're going through this, we're affected in the way that we are?
Yeah, well, I feel like, I don't know if I don't know how this gonna sound or whatever, but I feel like almost 100% of white males are beta, but they just run things. They run society, and they structure it in such a way that they can dominate. But they are beta to me
Okay,
overall.
appreciate that. Brother John, you want to say something? Then I'm gonna move on, brother.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, what I was talking about was just dealing with them relationship wise. I feel her on what she was saying, but I'm talking about as far as girls dealing with these beta males and giving them that type of stage and that type of opportunity in the first place. If everybody craves alphas and everybody wants to submit to an alpha, why is there so many beta males running around and so many females dealing with them? That's what I was talking on.
Okay, well, I feel like there's not that many alpha males. So if you're gonna be alone a lot, looking for or waiting for or trying to choose one, there's not a lot of them around. Um, Unfortunately, there are some, and there's a proportion, but there's not as many alpha males as there are strong women who want one. And also, some of the strong women are out of pocket, and they like beta males because they can run them a little bit. That part.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna go through a little dialogue with you real quick, sister. And I'm gonna ask you a question, and then we're gonna move on. Do you believe that a segment of black women in our society participate in the emasculating black males?
Yes, I do, and it's unfortunate. It's hateful, but yes.
So, should black women take accountability, being that women are the first teachers of the child? Should black women take accountability for all of the beta maleism that we're seeing in our society today?
No, not all of it, because wait a minute. I'm gonna say not all of it, but then if we know what our boys are up against, we should fortify them against it. And so if we're not doing that, we are, I mean, in a lot of ways, not responsible, but we are enabling what society is trying to do to our kids. If we know, if we ignorant to the fact that we in the matrix, and we feel like everything society doles out to us, and the government and the media says about us and our kids is right, then we just ignorant, and our kids are going to fail, and our boys are going to fail. But if we know what the type of hatred and propaganda that comes against our kids, our girl children too, but particularly our men, our boys, and we don't strap them up against that, yeah, we culpable, in my opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that. And now, last question. Last question. Do you believe that women are equipped to prevent boys from becoming beta males?
Equipped to no, they gotta have men in their lives, even if it's an uncle, a godfather, somebody. No, we're not able to do the whole job ourselves. I don't think.
Thank you for grand slamming out that out the park. In my opinion, sister, thank you so much. Sister Elmira, are you itching to scratch, sister? You got something to say?
Okay, sure. When you're talking about the society, the way they, go after our men, my husband was a tool and die sinker, making over six figures per year. There were two black guys in the entire plant as die sinkers, 4 year apprentice program. Okay, they closed the entire plant down because the two black men were making the same kinds of money that these Polish and German men were, and so what did he do? He took another apprentice program, another 4 more years. He could have been a doctor, an attorney. All these years of apprentice programs. He took another program, making $20,000 less per year. I mean, it affected our family. So what did I do? I chose not to pursue myself career wise. I mean, I had everything at the door waiting, and I would have been where I wanted to be, though, because the society wanted to put my man back, and my family, meaning my family, because, he, the father of my children, of our three children. Oh, so of course I gave up my pursuits. I mean, and he did it. So he was alpha. He was a former Marine. He did everything he wanted his father to be, pleased about, because they knew who their mother was. She just wasn't up to core. They have white women lineage in their family. So, she was just wild. Though, to make a long story short, my father in law told her, he says, I ever hear anything come up with my two sons. He told her, he says, he would kill her. So, I mean, they knew the line to walk. So, I appreciated that from him, because he let everybody know, he just got caught up with, this woman. And though she wasn't going to define or destroy his life. And, so even my brother-in-law, they both came through in life. So yes, sometimes we do have to, not be as strong as we want to be. I couldn't handle all of that. Drugs were in the community. We stayed in a black neighborhood. We could have moved out, though my husband wanted to stay near his grandmother and mother. And I mean, I did a lot of community work. It was beneficial. To this day, there are places in the city that I'm from that, I know that we helped, the community build with. So, um, it's a double-edged sword. Though it benefited my family, it benefited the community. The people miss my family there today. And our sons are upstanding. Our daughter, she's well educated. Men, they don't need as much education as women because they have that physicality. And this is documented in our research. When you educate a black woman, you educate a many of worlds. And that's what my daughter is doing. She's a PhD in public health. And the things that she's helped so many people, say black people, white people. She's helped so many people. And, I just put my hands up to the heavens because, yeah, as I say, my mother couldn't have children. My daddy sent her to 3 specialists to unblock her tubes. One doctor, of course, they were Jewish because, a lot of hospitals didn't take black people back then. So, I have to prove that, yes, I was meant to be here, and my children are proving it as well. So, my mother was strong. Yeah. So, all of us aren't. I look at my mother in law, before my husband died, he says, "Oh, well, she'll have to be cremated." And, I says, "You'd have your mother cremated?" Everybody else's burial. And because, I told him, no, I had 401 money. I says, no, it won't happen that way. Though he left here before her. So yeah, I'm strong. My daddy always told me to be prepared, and always ready. And yeah, so I'll land my plane.
Thank you so much, Sister Elmira. I'm about to move on to you, Sister Candace. But before I do, Miss Erica Lawson, I sent you a mic. I would appreciate if you join us on stage so
I'm
much.
back,
Thank you.
big homie.
Oh, all right, good. My brother on code is back. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Miss Erica Lawson, I know you're in the audience, ma'am. I would appreciate it so much if you was to come on the stage and join this conversation. Hopefully, give an outside perspective. Sister Candace, it's on you. Then it's on Black and Pete and Kush.
How y'all doing, family? I was just gonna put my 2 cents in. We do need men. I work in the maintenance field, and I can just walk in and get a job. I've been in maintenance over 15 years with all my experience, and I can just walk in and get a job because no women want to do it. So the notion that we could survive without a man or whatever, that no. I'm in the field because of my personality and the dollar amount. I know I'm a black woman in that field. I know I can walk in and get a job. I'll stay employed. That's why I'm in it. So there's not a lot of women that want to do it. There's not a lot of construction. Women just don't want to do it. I don't care how hard a woman looks. They're not lining up. You don't see a bunch of studs lining up for these jobs. You just don't. So it's just, I want to kill that narrative. And also, uh, regardless of what, there's a narrative like that women who wear men clothes want to be men. And no, the ones who want to be men are the ones who will tell you they want to be called he, she. They're going through the process. They're taking steroids. You can tell that they're changing themselves into men. Me personally, I wear men clothes because I don't want to attract male attention. I want the opposite. So that's it. It's that simple. I don't want to be a man. I don't want to do the hard stuff like that. Now I will do certain things, of course, but no, I don't want to do the hard stuff. We need men. I needed my father to be here. We need heterosexual couples. We need black love, men and women. I mean, I don't understand everyone can't be gay because I wouldn't be here. I don't get this whole, but we do need positive male examples. I didn't grow up with my father. I grew up with my mom. My mom had 5 kids and she made it and struggled with us. So I saw a strong woman. I didn't see a male. So we need examples of that. It's 50-50 on both sides. Men, we need strong examples of a real man out here to show the younger generation how to be. That's why we got these boys dyeing their hair like they mamas. They mamas do that. It's a lot of feminine energy because of that. We need our men in our lives. My life wouldn't turn out the way it was if I had my father. That's just the reality and the truth of it all. So um, that's my 2 cents. I'm gonna drop down.
Thank you so much, Sister Candace. I appreciate you, sister. Shout out to you. Everybody in the room, please follow our good sister Candace the Leo. She's been riding with me since day one. Brother Uncle, you want to say something, brother?
Shout out to the sister Candace. Shout out to the sister Candace.
And there it is. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Candace.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Brother Black MP, it's on you. Then Sister Cushion and our good brother McCall.
Okay, I'll be quick. So I just want to clear up, one thing because I've been hearing it said by Sister Afro Bubbles, and also I believe Kirsten was touching on a couple of things. So just from a personal experience, I have a daughter, and I know from when my daughter was capable, and she was able to drive. Yeah, I did show her, hey, check the oil here. If you happen to get into a spot where you need to change a tire, this is your jack here. This is the spare tire. This is the lug wrench. This is where this goes. Even in the home, if there's a problem, I'm showing her where the breaker box is, how to turn the breaker on and off. If there's a leak in the house and I'm not there, the water shut off valve is here in this spot. So I think what we're doing, we're mistaking survival skills for actual things that a man should be doing. Yeah, I want her to know these things until a man comes your way and he's able to do these things. I need you to survive this thing, until this man shows up. So with that being said, yeah, she needs a man, and I've never taught her anything different. I think what happened, the lines start getting blurred when uh, mainstream media gets involved, advice from older females in their family, girl, go ahead and do your thing and all of that stuff. Um, and then what happens, see, as men, and the men in here, we don't need to add good to it because we just men, right? You adding good to it because some people want to add, they want to add and subtract some stuff. We just men. So as men, that we go out here, and if we're with a black woman, we do what we're supposed to do because it's our job, right? So before someone says, well, you don't love them, yeah, we do love you, but the fact that we do it because it's our job, that means that it's not conditional. You could be mad at us one day, we still want to pay the rent. You could be have an attitude, we still going to go out there. We're going to put in the 40 hours a week. We're going to put in the 30 hours of overtime. It's not conditional on how you feel, right? Because it's our job. So now what happens is when you take those survivor skills and you start meshing them with you don't need a man, right? And I'm not saying you're all doing that, but when you do that, it's just like I have a job to do and you telling me that you don't need my help. You're also not giving me the resources to do my job, like the support I need. You're not submitting to what I'm saying. I have protection problem solving skills, and I'm trying to provide provisions, and you're being obstinate just because you may have an idea how to do it, but I'm the one who's in the lead and I'm taking on the brunt of this thing. So yeah, I just wanted to say that, and I land there.
Thank you, brother. You brought up a great point, and actually, and then you actually sparked a thought in my head, because that's also one of the reasons why I started this space. Because, and once again, it's my opinion and my observation that this independent mindset, and the reason why I even said that I know a lot of women have it, because I often see what a lot of especially through social media, you see a lot of encounters, especially with white supremacists, because we know how they get down. They love soft targets, and I see a lot of women bucking up and arguing and going back and forth with men. And when that strong and independent mindset settles in, that's the type of reaction you get when you're dealing with another man. And I feel that women, when you're dealing with a man, a woman's dealing with a man, and a women put themselves in a compromising and dangerous position when they do that. And I'm seeing that too often, like in the case of that girl that got hit by that cop in Harlem, like in the case of our sisters during the George Floyd uprisings that were in a lesbian relationship, and one of them got knocked out, and the other woman fled like a woman does. So that's one reason why this type of mindset sickens me, because it compromises our people and it puts our women in danger, and that's another reason why I'm speaking to this. So thank you, brother Black MP. But it's Sister Kush, brother McCall, then Sister Space Kate. Oh, you say your name Space Cadet, then the Sister Space Cadet. Sister Kush, it's on you.
Oh, thank you. So look, I did want to say this though. I Having this conversation makes me appreciate my husband more and more and more. And the reason why I say that is because his leadership in this family and the role that he plays in this family is just as imperative as what I do as wife and mom. Um, he look, this man decided he want to pick up a whole nother job, right? He decided to do that. You know what? That's fine, baby. You go ahead and do that. When you come home, A, B, and C is gonna be done taken care of. I ain't gonna argue with you. Ain't none of that's gonna happen. I want to be that individual that is going to encourage my husband to be better and want to be better the same way he does me as his wife and the protector of his children. Okay. I appreciate his role, because even when we're dealing with our children, like, he's definitely hands on with our son. Because it's important for our future generation to be able to lead. And he's, to me, in that prime example, he is most definitely that leader. And we have conversations on a regular basis about how white supremacy is glorifying the demasculation of the Black man. Okay. We have these conversations with not just our son, but our children, all in all, because they have to understand where they stand here in society. And they have to understand that there are people that are waiting for your downfall. And at any moment in time, these people will come, and you need to know how to fight. His encouragement and his influence is most definitely needed in this Black household. Um, Now, for those of you who know me, know most definitely I guess you could say I am an alpha female, because I talk my shit. I don't hold back. Don't care to. That's fine. But I've never overstepped my boundary with my husband in that manner. If anything else, if anybody knows me, that I'm a real protective individual about people who I'm real cool with and I'm close with. My husband being that person, that number one individual. So a minute that an individual is willing to disrespect or attack my Black man or my Black family, I don't care who you are, I won't fuck with you. And even to one of my, I'm gonna make this quick. Even one of my old acquaintances who's single as fuck, right? And she's single as fuck based off this one thing. We were chilling. I was chilling at her house. My husband calls, and I stepped outside because I don't know what this man about to tell me. And obviously, it ain't everything for everybody here. It ain't everybody business. Okay, that's just what it is. That's how I operate. Well, I come back in the house, and she says, "So every time he call, you just gonna leave? You gonna every time he jump, you say hi hi?" I said, "Yes, I am." I said, "See, that's why your ass is single right there. It's because you want to be the man of your relationship and not learning how to chill and submit and just play your role." That's it. That's all the man's asking you to do is play your role as his woman, as his person that's gonna be at his 3, 6, and 9 at all times. Okay. I don't look, and I'm fine with that. And I had to realize at that moment in time, that kind of masculine energy from a female is not the friend that I want to have. Because you're not gonna protect my Black family the way I'm gonna protect it. You're not going to go to the extent that I will. But Black men, y'all need it, and we love y'all. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Kush. We love you too. And I often think a lot of women get submission confused with what you're submitting to. When men usually say that we want a woman to submit, we simply want you to submit to our leadership and instruction. After that, we could give a goddamn if you go submit to the nail guards, to the weave guards, to the handbag guards. We could care less. But if you're listening to my instruction and you're following my leadership, sister, we're gonna have a great relationship. It's it reminds me of something that if anybody's familiar with the movie Bat 21, that's one of my favorite movies, by the way, with Danny Glover, Gene Hackman. Now, if anybody knows the premise of the movie, Gene Hackman basically was in a spy plane that got shot down, and he got caught. He basically crash landed deep behind enemy lines. And Danny Glover, he was a scout, airplane pilot. So his job was to basically navigate Gene Hackman to a safe landing zone, so where he could be rescued. And amongst the rescue, they had disagreements. And Danny Glover said something that stuck with me, and I feel that this is kind of my dynamic with women. I'm the lifeguard, you're the drowning man. Now, if you fight me, I'm gonna have to smack you around a little bit because we both gonna drown. But if you listen to me, follow my instructions, we both can get safely ashore. And that's where I'm coming from with it. Brother McCall, then Sister Space Cadets.
Greetings, Brother Racer, and the great and beautiful, awesome royal family.
Real quick before
Yes.
you take off, Brother McCall, I need some of them diamonds that you out there digging in Ethiopia, brother. I know you out there trying to get the gold and silver.
Yeah, brother. Can I place an order, brother? Yes.
Listen. I thought you never asked. All right. But yeah, just coming from a psychological perspective, when I was a child, my mother, I was her boy. And once I reached a certain age, I became her man. And I had very, very powerful women around me, queens. And they were very clear about what men were weak and what men were strong. And men that were around me as a child made me understand that man means mind. It doesn't always have to be the physicality. But what I've learned from both is that never disappoint your queens, first and foremost. When you're in the game of power, when you walk outside of your home, your castle, you're fighting that devil. You understand? You're exerting power. When you come home, there's no need to be in control of anything. You understand? Because when you go back outside your palace, you're going at it again. So the last thing you want is to come home to a woman that you have to control and that you have to fight, because that's what you're doing all day in this world. And I want to land with this. I've won many wars, let's just say in the corporate political world, going in to meetings with Black women. Why? Once I establish what the program is and what the strategy is, and we're all on the same page, when we go in the room, all I have to do is just sit back and watch them kill, literally. You understand? And we leave the meetings laughing, and just be mindful, kings, that when a man wants to know who you are, he's going to talk to your woman. If she's weak, then you're weak. I'll land with that. Thank you, great family.
Thank you, Brother McCall, for dropping them delicate jewels you always drop. I appreciate you, brother. Like I said, man, once you and the Ethiopians take over them gold, silver, and diamond mines, brother, I want to put in, me and on code want to put our orders in, brother. So just be on standby for that.
ASAP.
Sister Space Cadet, it is on you. Then I am healed. I know that's you, sister. You next. Go ahead, Space Cadet.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I want to say that I feel like there's a lot of confusion between the terms of alpha male and beta male. I don't think in a society we can't have all alphas just because we do need men to work for other people, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I do believe in any happy successful relationship you need a masculine man and a feminine woman. So I do want to say, just because a man is beta, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not masculine or shouldn't be masculine. I believe that it's okay for a man to be a beta male and still take care of his household and know how to do the masculine things that need to be done, in a family, even though, he may have a boss or he may not have his own business or these other things. That doesn't necessarily, takes away his birthright as a man. And I also want to say that in our community, I feel like for the women especially, there's a lack of eldership. We really do need our elders, because I feel like the elder women, they really promote just a lot of things that is detrimental to our femininity, and I don't understand why. Like me personally, you know, I'm young, so I'm 21. And me personally, I want to be engaged by 22 and I want to be married by 23 because I want a family, and I already know how I envision my future to be, how I want it to be set up. And it's like, I know before I could move towards certain things, I feel like that's what I need, in order to get what I want out of my life and to do it the correct way. But I see a lot of women who would just be encouraging, like, oh no, girl, you shouldn't do that. Like, you need to sleep around, or you need to have a hot girl summer, or just do these certain different things. And I just don't understand why. Because, well, I'm grateful for my elders, because then I'll look back and I'll talk to my grandmothers about it, and then they'll be like, no, that's not necessarily what you need to be doing, and they'll tell me certain things well, I talk to my elders. That's what I do, because I learn a lot from them, and they instill a lot of wisdom in me. So that's whenever I feel lost, and they'll be like, no, this doesn't make a man respect you. Having these certain jobs or doing these certain things, that doesn't necessarily make a man respect you. So it's like, yes, you get this, but at the same time, at the end of the day, do you have a life partner? Do you have a man who is willing to serve you for the rest of your life and risk his own safety to protect you? And I see a lot of these women who are telling me basically that I should be doing certain things, they don't have that. So I really do feel like we need better eldership, and we need more elder women to be telling young girls to be like, no, you shouldn't be doing this. No, that's not okay. This is how you act. Like, a lot of women my age don't even know how to cook. And it's like, if you don't know how to cook, you can't just eat from restaurants for the rest of your life. If you have a family, how are you going to be able to cook them a meal, like a nutritious meal? And then that goes back to health too. Like, do y'all want to raise strong, healthy kids, or do you just want your kids to eat McDonald's for the rest of their life? You know what I'm saying? So I just really do feel like we need better eldership, especially from our older women. That's what I would like to see, but that's all I want to say, and I'm going to land my plane.
And that's true, Space Cadet. By the time a woman's 24 and she hasn't had children, when she has children after 24, her body is hard. Um, and a lot of times that's when the women have difficulties conceiving.
Not only that, and I don't necessarily. I'm kind of busy, to an extent. So if somebody could look it up, and hopefully this will prove my theory. I believe I'm not sure that is true today, but I know statistically at one point, the more children that a woman bared, it actually increased her lifespan. So if anybody can get those statistics for me, I appreciate it. But let's just be clear. Yeah, a female's the body is designed to bear children, first and foremost.
My sons are the youngest is 6'8", and the older brother used to punch him all the time. And my husband would tell him, "Someday he's going to be bigger than you." So my oldest son is 6'4", and everybody asks us, "What is it? What? How are they so big?" Well, my grandpap, he was 7 feet. He was an Indian, though. I told them brown rice. So by me setting myself aside to make our family structure greater when my husband was going through his career situation, it was vital because I mean they're giants. My sons are, they get, everybody just loves them. People are amazed by them. So the sacrifice was worth it.
Thank you so much, Sister Elmira. Sister, I am healed. It's on you, sister.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay, I'm at work, so bear with me, guys. A few things. Um, I have grown a lot with my communication with my quote unquote counterpart, with my brothers, as we say. Um, it's been a up and down journey for me, right? I have probably experienced some things that wasn't the best. Also, too, I have been hard headed as well in my experiences, right? And that's my accountability, right? My grandmother had the best husband, which is my grandfather. And when right before she passed away, my cousin asked, "Well, Aunt Jean, what you want me to do? What you need me to do for you?" She said, "Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to do what I really need you to do. I wish my husband was here. I miss him." And this is right before my grandmother passed away. I had a father as well. Mother and father got married, I think 7 months, 8 months, even though they was together for I don't know how long, had 3 children. 8 months before he got killed by the police, right? So I seen the family structure at a young age. From 12 on, it was over though, and it was a sad factor looking looking at it for what it is when he left. That's a sad thing to leave a woman a single mother, no matter how it's left, right? For her to be that, that's a sad ass situation. Um, Little girls and little boys need that structure, but you just don't know. You leaving your daughter out there to get ran through mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and everything else. Thank God I didn't have it hard as I probably could have. I was really foolish at a young age too and wanted to do what I want to do. And it's like, shit, my daddy ain't here. It's on. I'm going to do what I want to do, you know? And I hate to say that. My father used to tell my mother, because my mother's name is Walisa, like, man, she's just like me. You got to watch her. You got to, but he sent something that my mother did not, right? And looking at it, I feel sorry for her. I truly feel sorry for her because my father was 34 years old when he was murdered by the police, and my mother was 32. I'm 37 years old. They were younger than me, and I still feel like shit. You a baby. You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't hit your 50s yet. 60s. And even then, I probably still feel infantized at that point. But to round all this up, um, I've seen the makeup of a man and a woman in my family, period, in my family structures from my grandmother's sisters and on down. And hell yeah, it was some rough stuff. Sometimes you see some shit, you're like, okay, I don't see how. We call my great great grandma, grandma mama, and my great great grandfather grandpa daddy, right? I don't know why, dang, he come in there drinking and shit full of that alcohol, but he loved my grandmother. Nevertheless, right? And they had their issues, and hell yeah, stuff could have been better. Let me say that, hell yeah, right? And took good care of her. But it was something about that old turkey. But well, anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. But I have also too. being a quote unquote, if y'all want to say, I don't know if y'all want to say swirler or, because I was married to a Asian man, right? And I never thought in a million years that I would be dating not dating, married to someone other than a black American, to be honest. You know, everybody else is cool too, but this is what I see, right? This is what I've been around. And it was just odd, you know, me being married and taking that step um, with someone else, but also too wanting at a point in time that to be in my life. You know, it's a beautiful thing to see black American men and women and a woman working together, building a family structure, right? Um, and I'm for that and I promote that. And now that I am a divorced, I cannot believe I'm saying that I'm divorced. Shit, I was married and divorced quickly, and it wasn't nothing bad, but it just happened like that, right? Um, with that being said, I am not closed off to love, period. But if I can, since we're in this time now with each other, y'all, we're on a different vibe with each other as well, and we're able to communicate like I'm communicating now, and I'm able to express how I feel to you as a black man, right? As a friend, as us being family on this internet as well, right? So I might come off a little bit hard sometimes. You like, man, shit, you know what? You on some bullshit. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Or sorry, Miss Elmira, for cussing, but you know, you on some whatever. But I express myself the way I express myself, right? I'd be lying to say I ain't never went in on a brother to where you would have thought it was almost hate. Like, whoa, dang. And I cannot lie and say that I have not ever been treated by a brother, you know, where I would have thought the man, he hate me, you know. But with that being said, I'm learning how to communicate with my folks. And I appreciate this app. I appreciate you guys doing this because we do need this conversation. We do need to talk because it is a lot of hurt feelings and a lot of side eyeing. Because at a point in time, I felt a certain way. But as I grow and as I talk to my folks and as we communicate the way we communicate, which I love, we able to come to a balance. So I'll land my plane with this. Um, like I said, I've seen it all my life. Black, let me say, when I say black, we know what we're talking about. Folks loving each other, growing with each other, having kids. I'm 37, so I most likely probably won't. But shit, a lot of the women in my family have had children my age and older. My cousin I think she's 40 something, just had a baby. I said, damn, shit, but that's her and her husband. That's they like it, I love it, you know. So, and I'm going to end with this. I'm kind of excited too, and I said it that I did not open my womb in a way because I wouldn't want to bring a child here with these type of issues that's going on. With me being not being connected with my partner, with me not being connected within myself as well. And a lot of Black American women, sometimes we're not even connected with ourselves at all. And we go from one relationship to the next relationship looking for love. That's why you find a lot of little Black boys and little Black girls that have different fathers. We're looking for that one Black savior, that one Black man savior. So we do anything to get him, and he's not ready either, not all the time, but a lot of times as well. So we continue the cycle on jumping from this man to that man to that man with myself in and out of relationships. So it is what it is. I'm not mad about my journey. And you know what, to believe it or not, I'm at my climax right now. So I'm ready for this. So God bless this room. I see my buddy Mac and Racer Road down here. So it is what it is. And I feel like shit, let's move forward, guys. Let's continue doing these conversations because once we start doing this more, you're going to start seeing people peel off that layer and you're going to start seeing a real side of them. You're going to be like, whoa, this is what she's been through or this is what he's been through. So thank you again.
God bless you, sister.
Thank you, sister. We appreciate you. Wow, I didn't necessarily think I was going to get the expressions that I got in this room, but I'll be goddamn. And we all in here with family anyway, so you know how that's going to go.
See
But
Brother Chef in the building.
yeah, shout out to Brother Chef, shout out to Brother Mac, Brother CR the Great, my man Shrampstein, Miss
LA.
Azza, LA Rob still in here? Shout out to LA Rob.
I think he left, but
Oh,
yeah,
he
shout
booked
out
it. He
to him.
booked it. All right. Well, shout out to him anyway. Shout out to ASAP. Shout out to our sister Candace and everybody else in the room. Sister Christy Love. I don't believe we heard from you. You're next, sister.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to add a few things to the conversation in the space. First, I want to start by saying this to Black women. I don't care what age, young or old. We need to completely eliminate the word strong and independent from our vocabulary. Let's just let it die today. You know, yeah, we're strong and some of us can be independent, but it just it affects us negatively all the way around, especially in our relationships with our men. You know, and sometimes it's been my experience. I've been married for a long, long time and I have my family that the real true strength in being a Black woman is to sit back, relax, and just take a back seat sometime. Just to piggyback off of what Miss Elmira was saying. That's the real strength. Sometimes it takes real strength just to keep your mouth shut. It takes real strength just to be supportive. That's the real strength. All the rah rah and the this that, and yeah, we can make our own money. We can do all these things. We're capable to do all of that stuff. But who wants to do all that stuff alone? I know that I don't. I need my husband. I want him still too, but I need him. So I just think those two words in our vocabulary, that's I'm strong and independent. I think that has been a detriment to our society thus far. So we just need to lose that. And lastly, I wanted to say that when we have that alpha beta male conversation, we have to remember, ladies, sometimes we attract what we think we deserve. So if you think you deserve a boss, you'll get one. If you think you, wherever you are with yourself, that's what you're going to attract. It ain't always about the guy. Sometimes it's about us, and we have to learn how to be honest with ourselves about that. Sometimes we attract exactly what we deserved. I know I wanted a boss, and I know that's what I needed in my life, and that's what I got. So we just have to manifest those things in our life and just, keep pushing forward. So I'll yield the floor right there. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
All right. I just wanted to piggyback on that real quick.
I was
Man,
about to say, really on Cole, you raising your hand, Negro?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry, man. This is this Pan African blunt I'm smoking. But anyway, I just want to piggyback off what the sister said, man. That was very passionate, what she was saying. Me and my girlfriend been together for 5 years now. So I'm at the road where I'm like ready to propose. We finna buy this home, be thinking about buying some more property, trying to get my business started. Since I've been with her, she really got me on my boss nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, she has this alpha female complex. So we kind of bash heads sometimes when I be like, baby, I got it. What you mean? What you mean you got it? What you think I can't take care of it? You know how some women can be. So like I be telling her, but like, look, boo, I know you a boss, but I'm here now. You know what I'm saying? So kind of just, take them layers off a little bit. It takes some time, and like I almost got her where I want to get her. I'm trying to polish her on up because she was already a diamond when I got her. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you gotta straighten it up, clean it off a little bit, put a little spit on it. You know what I mean? But I just want to say that. But God bless y'all. Continue.
Thank you, brother on Cole. You already know, brother. Um, yeah, man, I appreciate this build, man. I appreciate the sisters in the room sharing their thoughts and experiences. That was great. Um, yeah, and I agree with sister Christy. I agree with sister Space Cadet. Yeah, we definitely need to eliminate that mindset uh, out the community because yes, it is a detriment, and it causes it's actually a turnoff. To me personally, when I hear a woman say that, it's just a complete turnoff. It screams feminism. It screams I don't need a man, and there's an attitude that goes along with that mindset in women who like to recite that phrase. So I totally agree with you, Sister Christy Love. Thank you. Um, any ladies would like to join the stage? I particularly want to get the sisters up here to have this discussion. But fellas, you more than welcome to join in and give your 2 cents as well. Um, just to let everybody know in the room, it's not a good idea if I start plucking you out the crowd. So I
Oh
actually
Lord.
I actually advise, particularly you sisters, just to come on the stage and just give you a little 2 cents and let you bounce, and I'll make sure that it's nice and comfortable for you. But if I gotta pluck you, my when I pluck them fruits, all of them don't make it to the fruit basket. So, sisters, come on up, please. I'll give you a minute. I'll roll up my nice pancake Africanism L, and
Yes, sir.
I'll give you sisters an opportunity to join the stage.
I just want to say real quick. I didn't mean to change the topic. This cat. I just sent a donation to Owenthal, the cat that's going through the situation. I don't know what state he's in. Do you mind if I put this in the jumbotron real quick?
Yeah, brother, your uncle, you already know you got free range with the jumbotron, brother. You don't even have to ask permission. Go ahead, brother.
All right, hold on, just 1 second.
Now, exactly what that brother's going through. What's the situation?
All right. Basically, I'm gonna bring. I want to say it's one of the close family members. But his name is Othal Wallace, and he was the gentleman that got into it with the police officer. I want to say about a year or two ago, maybe. It was brought up in Brother Tariq's space, and also I don't know if you listen to this chick named Michi X. I'm gonna put his information in the jumbotron, and Mike can shed some light on basically what happened or whatever. But I did donate, and I encourage everybody, if you got PayPal or if you can make a donation to his legal defense funding, um, um, do that. But I'm gonna post it right now.
Yeah, please post it, brother. And then if anybody can, just send out a little love offering to that brother, and hopefully, every little bit counts, every little bit helps, and we definitely got to protect our soldiers who get caught up behind enemy lines. And brother, I do know who Michi X is, and outside of her personal issues with Tariq, I don't have anything
Yeah,
personal.
I know. Go ahead, brother.
No,
You
I was
right.
just gonna
Go
say
ahead. Keep
I
cooking.
don't have anything personal against the sister. I actually tried to watch her content, but it just she's
It's too
another.
loud. She's too loud for me.
No, she just gives you, once again, she is a turn off to me because I hate to hear, especially our sisters want to sit there and talk in a masculine tone, and then you want to use vulgarities every other 2 3 words. It's a real turn off to me. I don't like to listen to women talk like that. I like my foundational Black American sisters to sound like Frances Quest Relson, and our good sister Joy DeGruy, and our good sister Shahrazad Ali. Let your intelligence
Yeah.
shine, sisters. That's a big turn off for brothers like me. I hate a dumb woman. I just do. Sisters, once again, I see y'all sitting down there getting your hair did, or either y'all getting your nails did, or you're at work trying to keep everything together. But please don't make me pluck you up onto the stage, because I'm not going to be nice if I do have to bring you up here. And don't make me start handing out mics. Sister Double J, I see you joining us. You've been down there chilling. You can come on up. Get noticed with Nikki. You can come on up too, sister. Sister Diana, you could come on up. And Sister Dee motherfucker Queen, you could come on up too. And Ozzy, I know you shy. You don't like to speak. And you can stay down there and just look good on the beach chair, sister. But the rest of y'all, Dee done split now. What you gonna do, sister? What you gonna do, Sister Double I? You gonna come on up, Sister Double I? Sister Get Noticed with Nikki? You gonna come on up? I
I
open the space for y'all sisters.
I don't think she really comes up. Sister Nikki really comes up, you notice.
What's up, Sister Double I? Now, before you fly your plane, are you from Jersey, sister?
Nah, I'm from Oklahoma.
All right, shout out to you. Shout out to Oaktown. What's up, sister?
Nothing much. I'm over here multitasking, so I am working, but I work from home, so I'll be listening into the spaces. But I mean, I think we do need men. I know growing up, like my mom was in and out of prison. My dad was just not there, even though he lived about 20 minutes away from us. He somewhat was around for my brother, like during, I would say, football season, because he was one of those dads to where I'm trying to live my dreams through my son. But once my brother quit playing sports, he kind of fell off. And for me personally, I wanted that relationship with my dad growing up. But for whatever reason, he just wasn't available and wasn't there. So I did learn to, fend for myself, take care of myself, but that's something that I had to do because pretty much both of my parents were absent. I had my grandmother, she passed away my senior year of high school. So then from that point, I was kind of on my own. I have aunts and cousins that were around to guide me, but it was for me, it's like the environment that I grew up in. Like my mom was in and out of jail for, drugs and all that type of stuff. So, raids in the house. So, everybody in my family was in that life. But for me, my grandma fortunately was around to help me see and want something different. So, graduated high school, went to college, got my degrees, and I'm living my own life, doing my own thing. I don't think that my dad being absent had anything to do with my lifestyle. I am married to um a woman, but I don't think my dad being absent had anything to do with that. But as far as what path my brother chose to go down and my other oldest brother went down, I think it's because their fathers were not available and they felt like because my mom wasn't there either that they did need to step up, and try to figure out a way to support the family by any means that they knew. Because my grandfather, while he was there in the house with my grandmother, they had separate bedrooms. You know what I'm saying? Like he was doing his thing, he was on drugs or whatever. So he wasn't I would say, a positive male role model in the household for them either. So I think that a lot of the males within my family altogether um, didn't have that positive role model male figure in their life, so they did go down the wrong path. So I do think men are definitely needed. Um, and I mean, I don't know, but I feel like most women, most girls want to be daddy's girls growing up. So I definitely think having those male figures around are very important.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate you for sharing that. And you sound so young. Are you under 30? I don't like asking a woman her age. Are you under
Now I'm
30?
35.
All right.
Sh-
Thank you, sister.
Shout out to her. Shout out to her.
Yes, and this is just I just want to be clear for the room, since this has actually absolutely nothing to do with sexual orientation. Regardless of whether you gay or straight or however you define your sexuality, it's all irrelevant. I'm simply talking about as a structure, societal structure that I believe in my hardest of hearts is just impossible for women to survive a society that men built. It's just impossible. And on top of that, to maintain that society. Not that you might necessarily don't have the skill set or mindset, but it's actually just a biological thing. I don't believe that women are biologically equipped to maintain the infrastructure in the society, and it's not a personal thing. I look at society like this, and I look at the household like this. The woman, you are the co-pilot to my 747. You are the co-pilot. You know how everything works. You know how to fly this rig. But how often or when is it necessary for the co-pilot to take the position of the pilot? And that's a question I actually posed to the room real quick. Anybody want to answer? Anybody with mic can answer that. When is it necessary, absolutely necessary for the co-pilot to take the position of the pilot?
When the pilot is incapacitated or if he can't perform. I mean, if my husband was to get sick today or if something was to happen to him physically, of course I could hold the household together. I could do so financially and I could take care of him, and we have a pretty strong support system. And another thing too, if he asks me, it doesn't have to be something as severe as incapacitation, but if my husband asks me to do something or asks me for my assistance in something, then I'm going to make it my business to do that. But I don't think I hate to use the phrase overstepping boundaries because we are a team, but at the same time, his focus, sometimes he gets so focused on something I may not really know until the thing happens. So if he asks me or if some kind of incapacitation happens, then I'm definitely going to make sure that I'm going to land this household and this family safely. That's it.
Exactly. Thank you, Sister Christy. And I feel that's the way that the structure should work, even in the household. If I'm capacitated to some type of degree where I'm unable to fly the plane, then it is your job to fly the plane. But is it your job to be the pilot if I'm not capacitated? That's another question. Anybody with a mic can answer that. Sister Christy, you're on a roll. I'm waiting for you to unmute.
Um, I'll say this. When you say co-pilot, I am offering some assistance while you're flying. You know, I'm handling paperwork, I'm doing this, the stuff that you can't do because you're focused on flying. But I can't do that and try to fly the plane too. So it's just a respect of each other's positions. You know, like I don't cut the grass. I haven't put gas in my car. I couldn't tell you the last time I've been to the gas, put gas in my car. You know, but he also some things in the house that he doesn't know how I operate. It's a yin and a yang in a relationship between a man and a woman. Like everything on this earth is bipolar. You know, if you have a church, you have to have a military. If you have a male, you have to have female. And I think it's a compliment when we work in concert together as opposed to a push pull situation. Why would I create an extra friction in the household? And I'm not saying that my marriage is perfect. Of course, me and my husband, we go back and forth about some things, but it's never about our positions and our roles in the house.
Oh, I'm sorry, so that was an accident. Part of stuff. Go ahead.
No, that was done. I'll yield it. I'll yield it right there. I was finished there. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't mean to clip you, sister. I was trying to bring somebody up, and then sometimes when you try to bring somebody on the stage, the request button and the mute button overlap. So I apologize for that.
Oh, but that's okay. But I was finished. I'll yield right there. But that's my answer.
Okay, that's a great answer. That's a great answer. So look at it like this. How can I say? Are you I'm gonna ask Sister Christy since you be on the roll. Are you familiar with basketball, Sister Christy?
Oh Lord, I'm familiar with basketball wives.
Okay. Well, what sport are you familiar with where you know the positions and you know the game pretty well?
I like tennis and I like soccer.
Soccer, perfect. Soccer. Can the goalie, who's been training all of his life to be a goalie, take the position of the center?
Only in certain circumstances. It has to be extraordinary circumstances. But yes, they can not guard the goal if they see an opportunity to assist out there on the field. But
Right. But you
but
said the
there's
key
but
word. You well up, sister. You said the key word. Under extraordinary circumstances. So a woman who has the strong and independent mindset, and does she have is she under, well, now I can't even say that because that kind of be situational, but the average, let's say the average black woman coming up under the family structure, but she has a strong and independent mindset, is she under dire circumstances?
now the dogs are barking. I can't now that I cannot answer. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, I appreciate that. That
Every
was actually a trick.
household,
That was actually a trick question. Just
every
relax. That was a trick
household is
question.
different. So I'm
Yeah,
sorry, you guys. I don't have an answer for that
yeah,
one.
that was a trick question. I was just playing with y'all. I was just playing. Yeah. Well, but I guess. And if any sisters, once again, I open this room up for y'all. I really don't want to have this discussion. I really want y'all to talk about this amongst y'all. But it seems like a lot of sisters thankfully agree with my standpoint to where, like I said, you keep your strong and independent ass over there. Just a little background on me. I'm a 37-year-old man. Never been wed. I don't have any children. So I'm kind of upset that I know that this mentality exists in our community because it makes it very hard, very hard, very hard for me to find a wife. And you don't create a wife. A man doesn't make a wife. A wife he finds. So you already got to come as a wife to me, and that's just my personal preference. Sister Double Eyes on you.
I guess I have more of a question, and maybe this is something that you can answer or some of the males in the room can answer. I know a lot of the women in my family, all my aunts, my mom for sure, do have that strong, independent mentality. She's at the point to where she's like, she don't need a man, she don't want a man, she good by herself. And even when she did have one, the way she talked to him was so crazy. I'm like, I don't understand how he even around, dealing with the level of disrespect. Like even I would talk to her and be like, why you talk to him like that? I'm sure you make him feel like less of a man. If y'all have y'all disagreements, y'all should have y'all disagreements away from the public, away from us. We should be, witnessing that, because one, when you disrespect him in front of us and other people, then they feel like that they can do the same thing. But my mama kind of stuck in her ways. She didn't really care about what I had to say. But it's like a cycle. I've seen it. I've seen it with my aunts. I've seen it with my cousins. I see it with some of my younger cousins. It's like a cycle. Like, how can we break that cycle or that pattern or that mentality when a lot of times that I know for my family personally, they haven't had a lot of positive male role models or interactions. Even some of the guys that they've dated, ain't really been about much. So it's like, how can we change that mentality when I feel like in their minds, they feel like they have to be that way?
Now, this is just my opinion. I believe that the ones that are stuck in their ways, we have to treat them just like we treat the older generation. The ones who are stuck in their ways, just like the ones who are stuck on this Democratic train. When the train crashes, you go up in the flames with it and don't ask me to save you. Now, how do we eliminate that mindset? I believe that responsibility rests on the shoulders of the women in our community to call out that mindset and to ostracize it and to shame it. And the reason why I say that is because uh shaming in our community has been a lost art. See, the dominant society promotes anti-shaming, as far as where if you're overweight and I call you fat, I call you chubby, I'm body shaming. If you are ungroomed and unkept and I say, well, you need to go get a haircut and you need to go wash your ass, I'm image shaming or hygiene shaming. That's how the society promotes that. But shaming degenerate behavior in our community actually keeps our community in check. Um, the days of my grandmother's youth, when she was a very young woman and a very little girl, for you to be married and have children outside of wedlock was shamed upon. So, and in most cases, the family would absolutely send you away and outside of the community because they didn't want that mindset and that behavior to settle into our community as being the norm or being accepted or being promoted. The the way that society in a whole is ran today, that total mindset has reversed to where there's no shame for women having multiple sex partners. There's no shame for women having children out of wedlock. There's no shame for a woman emasculating her man. That was shamed at one time in our community as well. So I definitely think that we have to get back to some of our old school morals and more ways if we want to bring our community back to greatness that we once had. I hope that answers your question.
Well, here's the other thing. I forget the scholar. He says that black men don't need to marry until they're at least 35 because then they've sowed their wild oats and they're ready to commit.
I agree, and I'm speaking as a 37-year-old man. I agree. 5 years ago, you couldn't get me settled to settle down for nothing. Now I'm hunting for a wife. Yes, Sister Double I.
So I guess my question to that, I forgot her name, but a young lady came up earlier. She said she's 21. She wants to be married by 22, so she can start a family and she already has like a plan set for her life. But if you're saying that men shouldn't get married or be ready to wed until they're 36 and have sold their oats, royal oats, then I mean, I don't know. How does that make sense? Is that woman supposed to wait around or go find that 36-year-old man
No,
and flip his
no.
wife? Okay.
In my opinion, and once again, it's just my opinion. She actually has the right mindset for a woman that age. She just has to put herself in the correct setting. Normally, especially when you go do the history of our community, most of our women would be married by at least by the age of 23. And a lot of times that would be to their high school sweetheart or college sweetheart, which I think is one of the most fertile and how can I say, one of the most productive breeding grounds to find a mate. You know what I'm saying? You see what people mindsets are at a tender point. You actually get a time to grow. But what the problem I believe is that once again, this strong and independent mindset has seeped and settled in our community so much. You have women who have a anti-male sentiment before they even reach the point of going to high school and going to college. I know, and I'm speaking from personal experience. I watched women have this mindset when I was in junior high school, and they weren't interested in the boys that are our age. They were looking for older men. In some of cases, they were getting pregnant by older men. And being that once again, being that the shaming factor was taken out of our community, even on the men's side, because don't get it wrong, it's not all on the women. We would shame each other too, man. You listen, you got that girl pregnant, you better go marry that damn girl. You better not have that woman running around here, no goddamn single mother, while she got your seed in her stomach. You better go put a ring on it. So don't get us wrong. We used to hold each other accountable too, but due to outside influence that we embrace, it has to the point deteriorated that family structure in our community, and it's just a mindset that we have to rid ourselves of on both sides. You know what I'm saying? This is why, believe it or not, we have to take credibility for straightening out our image. But women, we hand in hand have that accountability. Y'all cannot be going and running around, sleeping, giving it up to the Pookies and Rays and rewarding them and thinking that their degeneracy and societal degeneracy is actually alpha male behavior. And that's also, I think, another outlook in our community that's been distorted. I think a lot of our women, not all, once again, I'm not speaking in absolutes, but I'm speaking to that particular segment of our community that with that mindset to where you don't, it's not, like I said, it's like one of the sisters says, it's not, Sister Christy said, it's not a lucrative, it's not beneficial to our community because you break up the union. So once you break up the union, you break up the family structure, then there goes your society. And this is why we've been seeing our society degenerating, not only by outside influences, but also by us accepting the degeneracy of outside influence. Sister I'm Healed, it's on you, Sister I'm Healed. I see your hand up.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak again. You touched on it. Men should have an essence about themselves as well. My uncles and great uncles always was clean, smelling good. The clothes that they wore were on point and everything else. And we talk about a woman's essence. When he told me, and he was 50, he got to be about almost 70 now. He was about 50 something then. My cousin Orman was like, man should have an essence about himself too. And I'm glad that you spoke on that. But then it goes to what you were saying about the guys sowing their wild oats. We just got through talking about the young women that allow this and praise this and uplift this. What about the men, the young men saying, hey, he's just sowing his royal oats, or let him just be a young man? I think that also too, the training should start even younger with the guys as well, for having an essence about themselves and not trying to run around and really soil their royal oats like that. Because what happens is that women do, it becomes a disgust, like, laid up and ran around just like with a woman. Even though my uncle did tell me that a woman can't go outside and do what a man does and still be called a woman. I respect that, and I do understand that. But we are in different times, guys. Believe it or not, and we're seeing a lot of women saying, "Hey, I can do it." No disrespect. I would love to have you, but I can do it myself. If I have to go through all this extra stuff, I'm good. Thank you. And it ain't to be funny, and I hate to say it like this, but hell, you can come over, we kick it, and then you gotta go. You know, and it's becoming that right now because you're right, but women are becoming more educated. And like I said, we don't need that. I ain't gonna say need, let me not say need, quote unquote need. We don't have to,
You don't desire it.
I ain't gonna say desire. No, it ain't about desire because I desired it for a long time. But when you go through a lot of things, some things are my own fault. Let me put that out there. And some things that were pushed on me as well, being foolish and just being in love because he was a black man. That's why I don't fool with that flat blackness stuff. You know, you got to have a real hardcore essence about yourself. Um, but with that being said, it's like shit. I mean, it's no. What are the benefits of it now? You get me? It's funny that we talk about this stuff. It got to be a two-way street. It has to be because now I hate to say it, but it's just the truth. I have a choice to say, you know what? Hey, you know, you can come over tonight, and then hey, I got to be at work at 6, so you know, I'm gonna holler at you later on. It's sad to say because we used to hear men say that, right? We used to hear men say, "Hey, what's up? I got 3 honeys I'm looking at and shit. I'm choosing, and I'm gonna see what they gonna put out there." But now I have a choice to say, "Hey, I got 3 as well, and I'm seeing what you're gonna put out there." Right? And not saying that I'm going to be over sexual, and I'm not saying that I'm not going to put myself. I'm putting myself out there crazy, and I understand that women do have a time clock, right? As we say, and some women are just opting out of it. Like, you know what? It is what it is. I would love to have a child. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. I'm not going to stress over it like that no more. Now, with that being said, since we're having a great conversation within our folks, right? We can talk about these things, and I'm still wettable, to be honest. And I don't have to marry someone that's 37. I can go to 47. I can go to 57. Hell, I can even be, if I really want to be serious and be raw dog, as you say, quote unquote. I know you don't like me talking like that, Racer Bo. You got to pray for me. But no, I can go to 70, 60. I mean, I hate to say that. Those options are open as well, right? So I would not feel bad if a guy say, well, you know what, you 37 and you pass your prime. Well, okay, that's fine. That's okay. Go ahead on then. I still have my own options as well. But let's bring it back to what we were talking about, the essence, right? Looking at us both having the essence. I am very productive at 37. I'm not a bad looking young woman. I am past the childbearing age, but I still can bear a child. Would it probably be a little bit rougher? Maybe so, but shit, our folks was having kids clear up until their 40s. Quite as a scale. And they were young at 16 and 15 and 14 married, and then still doing it in their 40s. Not saying that's the thing that you probably would want to do, right? But now that I'm seeing, I'm like, shit, we all got to have an essence about ourselves. That's what brings in harmony. That's what's going to bring in that synchronicity with both of us. And yes, I'm a woman. I'm more of a woman than I was 10 years, 15 years ago mentally, right? And how I carry myself is as well. And I have a right to say, hey, you know what? I'm not about to do that. I'm not going to allow you to do this to me. You know, you can't talk to me bad. You're not going to make me feel bad because I am 37 years old. I'm not going to allow you to do that. And I'm not going to try to jump on you as a black man too for some of the things that are foolish for me to jump on you about. That's silly stuff. But thank you, Racer Bo. Again, guys, men have to have an essence too about themselves. It's a new day, you know, and we're looking at that. And now that I'm learning how to pick a little bit better, you know, even though you probably say, well, shit, you right. Okay, hell yeah, I'm right for the picking then. You right. You ain't gonna get nothing that's bitter, you know, far as the fruit. I can bear good fruit and I know my worth now. And usually we don't understand our worth until we have been through a lot of obstacles, and that is men and women. But again, for us to get that balance with each other, yeah, we both have to have an essence about ourselves. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate you speaking. Um, I just want to address something you said. And you're right. We do need to have that essence about ourselves. But I think the women pay a higher consequence with the strong and independent mindset. And I'm gonna explain what I mean. The backlash, the societal reaction that I've seen for a lot of women uh, adopting that mindset is that we're having single mixes where only uh, women, all heterosexual women are showing up, no men. We're having, and I'm living in New York City. I'm seeing the increase of female homelessness up here in the city. So I believe that these are some of the reactions to adopting a strong, independent mindset to where you believe that you do not need a man in your life. But I'm gonna move on. Sister Double I and Sister Shantae.
Um, Thanks for letting me speak again. I did want to say, like, just kind of to your point, Raceable, where you said, like, back in the day, people used to marry young. I know when I'm tracing my lineage, I see them all, like my great grandparents and stuff, and second grade, all of them were married between the ages of like 18 and 20. Like they were married really young, and then now you have people like Lori Harvey out here, promoting that I'm too young to be married. That's not what I want right now. And a lot of young women are looking up to that. Like she got options. She out here, kind of what I see your name as a American on here is saying is like just like men have that options. I have two or three to choose from. She out here playing the field like I have, my choice of the field, and then you have a lot of young girls out here trying to emulate that behavior and model themselves after her. And I think that, like you say, that's just what society has normalized for us.
But this is all right. Now I'm glad you actually brought her up because what I think the dynamic of women don't understand. I believe that not all women. Once again, I'm not speaking in absolutes, but I'm speaking particularly to the women that adopt this mindset. It's actually emotional driven, and women are not seeing the long game. And I'm using Lori Harvey as an example. Michael B. Jordan is one of the most eligible 1% bachelors in our community. And you have other 1% bachelors in our community watching the dynamic of their relationship. Now, I'm just speaking on how men think. If a man, knowing that Michael B. Jordan is heavy competition for him, even if him himself falls in the 1%, and he couldn't satisfy Lori Harvey, what man could? Does anybody disagree? I guess not. Sister Shantae?
No, I don't disagree. I feel you on that shit. If I could have met, what was his name again? Michael B. Jordan? Man, I'd be having his back like a motherfucker right now. And I don't know if I'm off a topic, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all, and it's just my opinion. Um, Doing shit by yourself, it really sucks. I miss having a partner. Like when I was in my 8 year relationship, just getting out the bed, you got that leg on you, you just feel more comfort. So it was like when I was down, he made sure I was okay. And if he was down, I made sure he was okay. We had one another back. I don't even promote that shit to my daughter because my mother and them used to tell me that, girl, you could do it by yourself. Like, stop telling people that because it's a lie. And how could you say you be overworked? You'll be tired. Yeah, you could do it by yourself, but that shit hard. Yeah, you're gonna keep getting up and do what you gotta do because that's what you gotta do. But I would never tell no female, oh girl, you could do it by yourself. No, no. And Lori, shit, if she ain't want him, I wish I knew her because I would have pushed up on him.
Now let me ask you a question, Sister Shantae. You know you the sister and you a rider. In your personal experience, this is strictly anecdotal, and this is your opinion. Do you believe that it's easier to be a housewife, or is it easier to be strong and independent?
Strong and independent can get on my nerves. A housewife, I would feel like I want to still chip in just to make sure. I don't want him to do everything by himself because that shit becomes stressful. So I had the position to do both, to be actually honest with you. So I would still make sure that my dude, like if, because everybody gets stressed out. So if he at that point, like, "Babe, I can't do this right now and I need a break," that means it's time for me to get up off my ass and make sure that I can, provide for our family. And then we do this shit all over again. So I really can't answer that with one strict answer.
Okay, I'll put like this. If you was in the position to marry a man of means and wealth, and he didn't desire you to work, and all he required from you was to be a housewife, do you believe that lifestyle would be better than being strong and independent? And let's just say whatever allowance or whatever economic resources that your man makes disposable for you, you can make that being an independent and strong woman. So in other words, you have the same economic base, you have the same economic how can I say, resources or accessibility to resources. You have that same thing whether you're strong and independent or whether you're a housewife. What lifestyle would you choose, or what lifestyle do you believe would be more easier?
The housewife, and if I get an allowance, like I just recently had an allowance, I'll just put that up for, safekeeping, just in case on a rainy day basis. So I would choose the housewife. But if I get an allowance, like how I used to, I'll put it, up, just in case. Because, anything can happen.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate your answer. Sister Hill, this on you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Um, if let me step back and say this a little bit better. It's not that I think that the quote unquote strong black woman, a lot of people don't want that role. A lot of women don't want that role of a strong black woman. It is a beautiful thing to wake up next to somebody. I think you sleep better. This is for me, from what I'm experiencing, because I've been single now for oh goodness, wow, I've been divorced now 2 years. So I think you sleep better. I think someone being there, heck yeah, two is usually nine times out of 10 better than one. But my thing is that people are weighing the pros and the cons of this, So I think that it is anecdotal, right? But overall, hell yeah, you want to see that, it's ups and downs, but you want to see that black man, black woman, or man and woman together. Heck yeah, yes, yes, yes. But some people are opting out of that because of the stressors that goes along with that, right? Um, Looking at it from when you were talking about Miss Harvey and um, the young man or so on. I don't know their situation in full. I don't know what happened behind closed doors as well. So I don't want to speak on that because I'm not for sure about them. Only what the people put out. But with that
Well, she
being said,
basically put out. She basically, well, I've been kind of following their tweets and following their relationship because I actually had high hopes for them. But basically, she kind of it seems like she rejected his proposal, and that's what things went left at as far as the relationship.
no, I know that part, but I don't understand why. I don't know what really went on behind closed doors, so I'm not going to really speak
She
on
said it.
them.
She's too young to be married, and she wants to live her best life.
Oh, okay. Well, and that's her option as well, right? And it can work out good for her. It might be somebody else in the cards, So I don't know. I ain't gonna just push that off on the young woman. She said whatever she said. Um, but looking at it for as a strong black woman, I don't think from what I can see, a lot of black women don't want to have that trope of being a strong black woman. But I believe a lot of us take that on, And after you've been through so much and so many relationships, and I hate to say that, you end up saying, I'll do this myself. That's okay. And that's when we went back to what I was saying earlier. Hey, I can just, you can come over, we have a good time, and you do your thing, I do mine. And then the young lady said that her grandparents were together, but they stayed in different rooms. So with that being said, it is what it is, guys. We want to see that strong black family. Hell yeah, I'm promoting that 100% in that healthy relationship. And that's the point of it all. Is it a healthy relationship? I don't want to be stressed there by myself. Could I play? Hold on. Can I play the role? Because we were talking about that early, playing the role. Now that I'm older, and if I can look back and see, yeah, I could have played that role, and I could have played it way better than what I did then. But I got a little bit more knowledge now. I forget it. He want to leave and be gone for whatever. Okay, well, shit. Everything's taken care of. I'm going to strategize and do me. Not in a bad way, not so it can affect us in a bad way. But hell, I'm gonna take up those extra classes. This is what women do. This is what a lot of these young women that are married to even NFL players. They're taking their money and starting their own business with it. I'm to be funny, taking these guys' money and going back to school and setting themselves up for their families up there should be for embetterment. So with that being said, the strong black woman thing, a lot of us don't want that. But shit, when you have no choice but to be that strong black woman, you know, and I ain't gonna parade it around because, and I'm gonna land here. When we talk about the younger girls that's watching us, it's a difference between those young girls and us. And the difference between those young girls and us is the experience, right? So I don't want to be in those young girls' ear saying what I want to lace their boots, right? But I don't want to really traumatize them in a way because of my trauma, my trauma. Sorry, and I think that's another thing that's going on. So when she see me saying, "Hey, I'm a strong black woman," you don't understand what I've been through, you know. And I'm gonna try to help you not to. I'm gonna try to help you to avoid this, and also to call out the young man that is not doing you well. If it's not for you, honey, go ahead and move along. That's okay to move on, right? So that's where I'm at as a quote unquote, because I don't want to say, because I don't like that strong black woman stuff, but as a woman and as a seasoned woman, because she's not seasoned like I am, right? So when she see me saying, "Hey, I'm strong, I'm doing this myself, hey, I don't want the drama," she'll understand that I went through something to be able to say those words. Honey, you ain't been through nothing yet. But as a woman, I want to be able to save you and say, "Hey, this is how a young woman act. This is how you should have an essence about yourself," right? You don't go around toting your behind out, talking about hot girl summer, rubbing your private part. That ain't what you do. If anything, I'm going to school her in the correct way and try to help her to avoid some of the things that I have been through. So when it's her time, that she don't have to be that quote unquote strong black woman and have all those things that happen to her that like myself, right? So that's what we're supposed to be doing is yielding the herd. And a lot of us as strong black women are not really yielding the herd correctly because they're just looking at us when we say strong black woman and say, "Shit, hell yeah, I'm gonna be strong. I don't need no man." And you don't understand why I'm saying, "Hey, I don't want one right now. I've been through a lot. I'm okay. If I find one, then that's great. But hell, I'm doing this myself because I had to." You haven't been through that yet, sweetheart. And I don't want you to be affected by my virus, as quote unquote, right? I'm trying to get healed. And I don't want you to be infected by this stuff. So I want to be a pillar that you can take your hat off to and say, "Okay, I understand where you've been through. And as a woman, I won't make these same foolish mistakes like you have done." And I think that's more of the route that I will go with it as a single woman now that is divorced. Um, as well, I want her to be a decent young woman coming out of this because I know how hard it is, and I know I was called a bad name, and I didn't even do nothing horse at the time, as we say, quote unquote, quote, you know. So, and I understand how hard it can be out there for young women out there as well, in with due respect to men as well. So I'm gonna land there, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. And I'm gonna go back to the Lori Harvey situation once again, and I'm gonna pose this question to you. Do you believe that she, by her not at least accepting our good brother Michael B. Jordan's engagement, do you believe that she broadened her options of seeking a future husband, or do you believe that she actually closed that opportunity?
Thank you for asking me that. I'm gonna be honest. What's for you is for you. You know, it can be a year down the line. This young woman end up with someone that she is willing to want to marry because I'm for sure it was a lot of girls that wanted to marry Michael JB or whatever his name is. A lot of black girls that he probably have talked to or laughed with or had a commune with, right? He passed them up and went straight for the goalpost, which was Miss Harvey, right? And now Miss Harvey is saying, "Hey, I don't know what went on in the background, so we ain't gonna really speak on that because we don't really know what this man Michael was about or Lori, to be honest, right?" Now Lori said, "Hey, no, that ain't the route that I want to go. I appreciate the offer, but no, thank you." So to sum up what you asked me, her options are still open, and a lot of men don't like to hear that. They want to hear it's over for it. No, our options are open, women.
No,
Just like
I agree with you, hold on, sister. Because
yeah,
I don't,
they're open.
because I don't, I'm not talking about her opportunity. All right, let me be more concise.
Okay.
Does she have the opportunity to marry another black man that is on the caliber of Michael B. Jordan?
I would say yes.
How
I will
so?
honestly
How
say
so? How so?
I'm gonna tell you why I say I'm gonna say that why I say that because when you say caliber, what caliber is Michael on?
I'm
To
talking
truly
about
be honest.
wait a minute. I'm talking about social economic status, and I'm talking about financial freedom. And
Okay.
will she be able to marry a man who is popular and who has much social status and who has as much money, a black man, foundational black American in particular, as
Okay.
Michael B. Jordan, or does that pool kind of dry out, being that she turned down his proposal?
Okay. Let me say this too. Um, the same caliber as you want to say, yes, he might not be in the front. You got to remember that that person that's in the back, that's directing Mr. Michael, and all due respect to the brother, he probably make just as much, if not more. Why does this kept? And remember the background usually always make that big bread. Now you might get that 8 million, but that person in the back is getting that 25 million for doing the same thing, but not being out. He don't want his pictures out there. So
But
with
does
that being
that wait?
said,
Hold up. But does that person that's in the background have the same social status as Michael B. Jordan?
we don't know that, right? But what I'm saying is her options. I'm gonna say this: her options are open. The sky's the limit for her. If she wanted to date another black man, say a racer boat came through, right? Just say you in the background. We don't know your face. We don't really
I'm not
know you.
coming through. I'm not coming through.
Okay, you probably won't, right? And that's
Only a
fine.
simp would. Only a simp would.
Okay, call her. Listen here, and she might marry that simp and give that simp babies, and then her and that simp might be great together, right? And I'm
No,
not
no.
knocking. Okay, this is what a lot of guys want to hear. She's done. It's always like that. She's done. It's over for you. Ha ha ha. A lot of women are not worried about those. Those stigmas are long gone, right? And there's nothing wrong. And I respect Michael. Don't get me wrong, Westerbo, at all, because he might find. Hold on. Might find an even more bad dime. Quiet as it's kept, right? And cuff her, right? So with that being said, it might be a blessing in disguise for him as well. So I don't want to go back in this back and forth with this black man, black woman. Like I'm gonna throw something because I'm used to doing that, to be honest. Quite as it's kept, y'all. And I'm trying to pull away from that because once somebody threw a dagger at me, I'm like, okay, you want to do that? I'm gonna go so hard, I'm gonna drag you and make you cry. And I knew what I was doing, and I don't want that. And I'm not gonna do that. The young man, Michael B. It might stink him for a minute, like, man, I really liked her and digged her. We was together for 2 years. A year passed down. He done found him another dime, as you say, that's in the spotlight, right? Because we still got up and coming black people, right? We still doing our thing, right? As black folks, right? So let's not throw Michael out there like he's old poor Michael. Man, Michael gonna pick himself up as a FBA man. It was what it was. We had good times, we had bad times. Miss Harvey, I'm going on now. I found my queen. She's just as, listen, what it is, I think that we look at her as a beautiful young woman. We're gonna be honest, because if she was somebody that we did not look at as quote unquote pretty or beautiful, we wouldn't even be doing all this, to be honest. They'd be like, shit, fuck her, well, but what it is that status, her visuals right there got you. That's the very first thing, and that broke your heart because those visuals that hurt you, right? But let's not even go there. We're gonna say Mr. Michael in the next year or two gonna get that bad dime, as we say. He's gonna be actually happy this time. This time he's not on his high horse mentally. He ain't where he was, in his career where his mind was on a different path. Now it's a little bit more on the up and up. He ain't there, and he's happy, truly happy, not for fame, not just being the camera like, man, I got a badass bitch, all that extra shit. He ain't worried about that. That's all I'm saying, Racer Bo. And that man can get anybody he wants, just like this FBA sister can get anybody she wants. It did not work, and I'm learning that. And I'm in here because I know I can go. Believe it or not, guys, I found out one of my worstest things, and I got it from my mother, that control factor. And that fucked me up as a young black woman. You kept holding on to something you're silly behind. Should have let go a long time ago. Now, 20 years later, now here come the aging that we like black men like to throw on black women, right? But I'm aware of this bad boy because I'm still cold, right? Here to come that aging process. You held on to that young man. You knew why. Why would you do that to yourself? Instead of you letting it go, saying, hey, instead of Michael saying, hey, Michael, hey, you know what, Harvey, it hurt shit. I'm going to be down for a second. Let me jump on back up. I laid there for years and years upon years. And then when I finally got back out in the dating stream, whatever, I was mentally messed up with it. So with that being said, y'all, sometimes we gotta learn how to let stuff go. We love to be out there showing how cold we are in them Stacey Adams, big brim hat, the best champagne. That's all good and shit. But internally, mentally, where were you at? I'm about to say my name. Q. Where were you really at, girlfriend? You were really messed up. And now as a 37-year-old woman, and you had to get roughed up a little bit in life, where you could have just said, hey, I'm gonna let this shit go. It was what it was, and I can find somebody that I'm actually comparable with right now. And I'll leave it at that. We got to learn when to let shit go. That couple's a beautiful couple. I ain't gonna live through them because I have lived through a lot of people. And if I would have took the advice of my grandma when she said, you know what, you gonna pay. She was right. She said, you know what, you a young fool. Don't be no old fool. And people say, you're not old, you're only 37. I'm an older fool, right? And I'm trying to unlearn them foolish ways. And that's why I would not argue with you. And that's why I would not go back and forth like I could, far as black man, black woman, who's the best, who ain't got no time, your womb is gone, all that. Man, people ain't worried, but people are living. And I end it with this. Thank you, Racer Bo. I think they both have bright futures. He's a nice looking young man. That FBA brother's a beautiful young man, being through a lot within himself. We've seen that with him going through different women of other nationalities and ethnicities as well, to going to a Black American woman as well. And with her as well, seeing her going with Future and doing whatever she was doing. It is what it is. So I end with this. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. This is a journey, y'all. We're gonna make the best out of it. We're gonna live. My uncle was drunk, and I'm doubting that on this. My uncle was drunk when he said it, but he was right. He said, live, learn, and stay alive. And it's been hard staying alive because a fool, you gotta let a fool be a fool. They get it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Hill. Now I hope you can stick around because I'm gonna come back to the Lori Harvey, Michael B stuff in a minute. But I want to get on to the hands. Sister Juicy Genius, it's on you, sister.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Just want to do a mic check. Make sure my audio.
You sound kind of low, sister. Can you make some adjustments?
I sound low, okay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, beautiful, sister. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in this space. I'm trying to be quick in the middle of my workday, but this conversation is really important to the FBA family to me. Shout out to everybody in the family, my FBA, Black American brothers and sisters. Queens, hope you all had a wonderful weekend. And again, this conversation is really important. A lot of Black American women, like myself, we didn't subscribe or choose to be strong or independent. It wasn't something I signed up for personally. I'm being truthfully or transparent right now. It wasn't I was not taught this. Um, Growing up, I didn't have a mother to teach me to be strong and independent. My mother died when I was 7 years old while I was in a foster home. So I've been through a lot of traumatic experiences, and I learned a lot of real things at a very young age. I had to mature emotionally at a very young age. Now, we're in a different generation where you see young people who have reached astronomical levels of success, and then you see some young people who have been able to skate through life and just enjoy the social aspect of other people's hard work. And I have a different perspective about the Lori Harvey situation because I posed a question back on June the 6th when the first, because I have been following it as well, because I've been following her mother. You have to understand what she was taught. So I was asking who was really the catch. Was it Michael B. Jordan or was it Lori Harvey? Who was the catch in this relationship? Just for discussion purposes. Okay. I don't like when women manipulate their way through the industry and take advantage of vulnerable Black men who are trying to build. And that is what is on the opposition side to me, just from my perspective. I'm just sharing it from my experiences, or my perspective is based off my experiences. I'm not going to attach my life and my experience as far as relationships are concerned. I'll be 39 next month. I'm not about to look at what they're doing, but it's a learning opportunity for young men who want to build and just decide to go off the baddest chick because her mentality is not there. She may grow to that 10 years from now. She may grow from that, right? We don't know how much more skating around the industry she gonna do. That's what her mama told her to the game. Get with the baller. Be strategic about the type of men that you're around. They from Memphis. And so when that Steve Harvey, that daughter didn't come from his loins. That came from somebody else's. But this is what happens when you pick up a whole family with kids and build them into your legacy. And they get access to this instant high caliber of connections and resources. But I'm not going to go deep all into that. But as far as Black women, we've always been strong. We had to be strong. Look how much have that we've endured for generations. You can go back as far as 1600. You got to survive. A lot of Black women have survived a lot of traumatic experiences over the centuries. And so it's just kind of built into our DNA to be strong, but we don't have to be strong against our Black men, which I believe certain situations cause wedges and confrontations and quarrels between Black American men and Black American women because what they're being fed and what they're being taught. The ultimate goal of white supremacy is to destroy the Black family. They do not want more Black American men building families and legacies. So let's create wedges between the Black man and the Black woman. I'm not going to choose hard labor over a quality Black man's leadership. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to follow instructions. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I don't want to be in control of nothing right now. Being truthfully honest. We don't want the weight of no. We have enough. But I'm going to land my plane on this. We have to be strong for each other, and we have to be focused about what we want to do as a nation of people, and not get so wrapped up in what the high celebrity or high access people are doing, because they can be distractions on what we're building from the grassroots. And my philosophy is that Black relationships are the foundation of Black family, and Black family is the foundation of Black generational wealth. And that's how we grow. So I just wanted to, state that and lay my plane there. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak in the space.
Thank you so much, Juicy Genius. I appreciate you joining us, sister. But once again, and this is for everybody in the room, particularly the sisters, or and I'm speaking for the upstanding brothers in our community. When we ask you to submit, we're not talking about to us. I'm not saying that submit and it's bitch with my food, I'm home. No. That's not what we're talking about. I'll give you examples of what we're talking about. When we try to tell our sisters not to fall for this Me Too shit, you had a whole bunch of sisters who was bitter or had another agenda that they was embracing that bullshit. When the same thing happened in the feminist movement. Once again, we were sitting there coming out of the civil rights movement. We had our own fight. You let white women and LGBTQ manipulate you to saying that, oh, you don't need a Black man, and by the ways of Oprah and Ayala fixed my lives, and all of these silly ass women who promote that you don't need a man and you can survive in this society without a man, and all you need is a turkey baster and your girlfriend and all this old stupid shit. This is why we have the outcome that we see as far as the beta males and the feminization of Black men in our community now, because you have a lot of Black men coming up in these single parent households with absolutely no male figure or no male role model of any worth in the damn household, and they're even adopting their mindset that brothers ain't shit and that the Black man is worth the society, and I'd rather be a woman. And that's actually the mindset that you're starting to see manifest in our communities due to this bullshit ass strong and independent mindset. Now, Sister I'm Hill, you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, I ain't forget about you.
Okay, that's cool.
Now, I'm gonna state this again, and I'm going back to the Lori Harvey and Michael B. situation, Michael B. Jordan situation. And like I said, I'm looking at this from a man's perspective. If one of the number 1% bachelors in our community cannot satisfy you or please this woman or get her to accept his engagement, why would any other brother feel that he can satisfy or fill them shoes? And not to say that he can't, but speaking from a male's perspective, if that nigga can't satisfy you, what the hell I'm gonna do? Anybody?
Okay. I'm for sure that it's going to be other Black men, FBA men, that is going to try.
All
Right?
right, hold it. Wait, stop. Before I'm gonna let you take off. And I hate interrupting you because I think you cook so much, Sister I'm Hill. You drop a lot of jewels in my spaces, and I appreciate you for that.
Always.
So let me rephrase it. Can she get her another Michael B. Jordan?
Okay, I said this last time. Yeah, I believe she can.
And why do you believe that?
It's gonna always be another one, right? And we don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. I mean, it's the truth, y'all. Right? Think about
Oh,
this. And I
sister,
know.
hold
I
on,
mean,
wait a minute. I want you
oh,
to quantify exactly what makes her qualified to get another Michael B. Jordan after I just gave you the perspective I gave you. Speaking from a male's perspective and watching the situation going on and understanding that this sister turned down one of the most eligible, most desired bachelors in our community.
you know what? Too, I'm not the one to say what qualifies her. Let me say that as well. But what I'm saying is always going to be somebody next, right? Whether you want that person or not, right? Um, this young woman turned him down. That's a pill. That's just going something. Listen, rejection is what you're going to have to. What we're going to have to deal with. And I think a lot of us don't take, and especially myself, believe it or not, because I was never rejected. My father gave me everything. I had every guy at a point in time when I was younger, right, that I wanted, right? So rejection is a hard pill to swallow. And when I'm talking about younger, I mean like 14 or 15, you run around, you're young and so on. And at that time, I want to say guys, but you're getting everything that you want and everything else. When you're rejected, that that hits you in a place like, oh wow, I'm not used to. When I tell my daddy, he gives me everything I want. You know, I get everything. So therefore, with that being said, I think that she. Matter of fact, I feel like it's in the making now. Yeah, we don't really know what they relationships entail behind closed doors. This young woman, she's pretty successful because of her parents or quote unquote father, stepfather, whatever. Um, she is still an eligible bachelorette, and I'm for sure that she's going to get back out and date. I don't know if it's going to be right now or so on, but what makes her not qualified? Just because she told him no?
So that's PR. That's as they say, no pub or good publicity is no publicity, or bad publicity, or vis-a-vis. So she's just building her brand, and he was a great choice. And the dynamics of this society, of course, they always lament that black women are strong, because their women, after slavery, those people were off the chain. They were uncontrollable. And that's when they, decided after slavery, well, make sure they can't do this, that, and the other, from, what the white people were able to do. So anytime a black couple comes together and choose to be united, they are building our society. We're not even included. We can't even consider that we are included in their society.
Okay, so Miss Elmira, let me ask you. You said that he was a great catch. What made him a great catch? That's my next thing, because I don't know what I'm saying is that as foundational Black Americans, right? If me, I'm just saying, I'm just going to use you as well, yeah, I'm just going to use you if that's okay, Racer Bo. If me and Racer Bo didn't work out, right? And say that I had every quality of a good woman besides me not having, quote unquote, as they say, your youth or your childbearing ages, right? um, and I was qualified in every other way, and it did not work. And he said, you know what, too, you cool. I am healed. I like you. Man, the vibe is great and all that, but you know, I don't like the fact that you are. I want children, basically, and I'm planning on having them within the next 2 or 3 years because I don't want to be 40 or 42 trying to have kids. And I know that you feel a certain way right now about having children, and we can try, but I know it's a little bit harder for you, So I'm a bow out. That'll hurt. Like, damn, wow, But also, too, you have a right to say, hey, I'm good. And you find another FBA sister, Miss Juicy, I'm gonna say, and everything's going great with you and Miss Juicy, and you guys do start to seal that FBA family. That's just something that I'm gonna have to accept. And I think that both of us probably will still have, a good picking because there's still a lot of us out here, right? Some with kids and some without. This guy, they probably have one child, maybe two. And it just depends if I would take more um, going forward. So I don't really know. We keep talking about this high profile couple, that we probably never run into, and if we do run into them, it'll only be to say hi, I stood by or close enough to see them or so on. So with that being said, I still think that they both have some time to do whatever they want to do, and yes, I am 100% for us as Black American men and women building our families. And I'm for women having an essence about themselves. And I see how she moves. And Quadras is kept, you're right. She moves like a lot of non-Black American women. She moves just like what I see the Shar Star, whatever her name is. She moves just like the Vanessa Bryant and her mama. She moves just like the it's another the Kardashians in a similar way, not as trifling as we want to say, or that sly, but she is moving strategically for herself. And we don't see that in a lot of our women. This type of movement, right? But I don't think that she's hurting nobody's feelings with it because she just said, hey, this ain't gonna work. And I don't know what's gonna go on the back end, y'all. So let me say that. We don't know we don't know what's up with Michael. And we don't know what's up with her. She probably batshit crazy. It's all
Hold
with a
on,
pretty face.
real quick. Let me just slow you down, real quick, sister.
Yes, sir.
Under that, and shout out to Sister Lioness. I appreciate you, sister. I hope you were well rested and refreshed. But I appreciate you joining us, taking the whole co-host spot. Shout out to you, sister. Sister, I am here. Under the hypothetical that you was speaking about, me and you, even though it didn't work, did we get married?
No.
Okay, continue, sister.
Right, that's what I was saying. And then you went and you found somebody, Miss Juicy, right? And it worked perfectly, right? And this queen right here is just as good, if not better. Not saying it like that. She fulfilled something in you that you thought that I can do, quite as kept, and you hung on to me for a minute, and it did not go, right? And it was okay. And basically, I'm learning how to be okay with letting go, right? I'm gonna let them folks do them, and I'm gonna let them let go. She let go of him for whatever reason, or quite as kept, he probably just used her because I ain't being funny. She is the height of and fame of black FBO, black quote unquote Hollywood. So it made him feel even better because the girls he was messing with, I hate to say this, y'all, but the girls he was messing with were nobodies. They were white women that were on his yacht. So for real,
Yeah, but keep hold up, but stop. See, this is a misconception though, and I think a lot of women got this wrong. He did not propose a seriously date none of those women. Just keep that in
and
mind.
that's my point. Now I was getting to that, and well, he could have, right? He could have, but what I'm saying is that she had, and I guess it's called. I guess you want to say status. She had she was up there. She's the face of Hollywood, quote unquote, beauty, smart, money. She's laying on her yacht next to him while he got 20 white girls grinding on him. And I'm not mad about that. Let me say this too. That's still my brother. I'm not saying that, but she basically met his alpha male, right? But what she had is what I'm not saying it's all great, y'all. But what I'm saying is that I don't see what the woman done wrong. And I'm not gonna just stump on this black sister and say, oh, her womb is about to get ate up. Ha ha. No, I'm not. She said no, thank you. And just like if a brother was to tell me, and I had to eat it once before, I mean, you cool, you were good, but no, and that's okay. And
Well,
that's all
she
I'm saying.
probably wanted a prenuptial. And as you say, we don't know what went on behind closed doors. So she's figuring that she's bringing that to the table, and he didn't want to deal with that.
But Sister Elmira, why would she need a prenuptial?
No, him, he probably wanted that prenuptial. Though we don't have time as people in this country, because you're talking about not having children or this, that, and the other. Well, I've seen that. I had an aunt who married a man, uh, and he cheated even with her best girlfriend. So when they were attempting to make a family, he was pooped out. So she met another man. He helped her go to nursing school. She goes to visit down in the little shanty town he came from. They went to a juke joint, and his aunt, who was a few years older than him, thought my aunt stayed at the juke joint. And the aunt got in the bed with her husband. She said, "Oh, you're not doing that in this bed." And I mean, I cry over this every day because I love my aunt. She didn't ever have any children because she found out that her second husband's family was incestuous, and she loved him to the dirt and back, though. She told me she was not going to bring any children into this world. So that's what I'm saying. We have too much. I mean, and I know my aunt was strong. She worked in Jewish homes. She was an LPN. Didn't want to work in Cook County Hospital. But she said back then it was just, it was just hell. So she took a private duty Jewish family. They sent her to all the White Sox games. I'm a fan to this day with Chicago White Sox. Though, you know, we don't have time. She said the rich white people in Chicago in those high rises, they only hired white people. So the Jews hired the black women, and she took care of 3 generations. She catered their bar mitzvahs, and you know, she was a hustler. She made sure. I mean, and what did she do since she didn't have children? There isn't a thing that I could say that I did not have in my childhood. And I have other strong black women who they always had a man. So, I love the man's odor. I love the way he talks, Racer Bo, I love your voice. I have to be in here to hear it, to hear all you men. I've even had on my jobs, I'm in healthcare, so I'm in and out of patients' rooms, getting their statistics and things for with surgeries. Though the white nurses say it's something about the black man's voice, and when they say baby or honey, so we have to stay where we are and project on who we are as a people, or we will be lost in this society. I'll land my plane.
Thank you so much, Sister Elmira. Sister Lioness, or would you like to weigh in, Sister?
Peace, y'all. Peace, Brother Racer, Brother Cognitive, Sister Juicy, Candace DeLeo, Christy, Elmira, JoJo, everybody. Hey, America. Hey, y'all. I'm just listening. I'm still learning. I love the title. I love the conversation so far. I'm not going to lie. This is outside of my comfort zone. I never talk about any of my personal relationships or relationship history, marriage, any of that publicly. Maybe I'll lean into that in the new year, maybe not. But the way I was raised is like, you keep your business private. You keep things separate, your friends, your family, your work, and all of those things. So I'm a little old school in that way, but I do also understand the value of building community and us sharing ideas and building about relationships and healing and talking about it and supporting each other. So I'm here, and I'll chime in as I can, but thank y'all for allowing me to be in this space.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Sister. Do you believe that the strong and independent mindset that a segment of our women have adopted, do you believe that can be how can I say? Do you believe that hinders us as a community, having our women adopting that mindset?
Yes, it definitely hindered me. I mean, I got married when I was 28 though, and I'm now 38, and no longer married. However, I guess I waited. So like marriage was not a priority for me when I was in college or graduate school or my early 20s. And I think that definitely hindered me. I was definitely taught like go to school, get your degrees, work super hard. And I prioritized my career, my education. So much so I was like 22. I think when I was 22, I finished all of my graduate school work. And then I walked when I was 23. So I went through school. I did fellowships, work year round. And then after that, I went hard body into, education. I went into schools. I was teaching. And even after I got married, having children wasn't a priority because I was still doing the same thing. I was focusing on my career and building my career. And then when I transitioned out of the 9-to-5 world to be an independent like consultant and to start my own business, having babies at, back in what year was that? 2016 when I transitioned out, that still wasn't a priority. So, it was like, even when I was married, I would say I was still very much so independent, and I felt like my career became primary to my marriage. Because that's what I was focusing on. I was like, okay, we got to build up this and build up that. He has his business and he was doing whatever, and that sort of became the focus. And I think that this mindset that the way I was raised was to be strong and independent and self-reliant definitely hindered me. Although I grew up, like, I don't know who said that on stage, like with both of my parents. So I had a very, very strong security and, sense of self and self-love. And also I was groomed very well for marriage, but it just wasn't a priority. Being independent, even when I was with someone or in relationships, seemed to take priority. So it definitely has hindered me personally. I think it hinders us as a community because we should be focused on nation building, having children, and making sure that we build a legacy, especially for those of us who are committed to this work of reparations in our lineage. And the final thing I'll say is I see a lot of the campaigns and propaganda that I was bombarded with, that we were bombarded with in the 80s and 90s and 2000s growing up, which was like, you don't want to be a quote unquote statistic. Like, the last thing you wanted to be was a statistic. And for young Black boys, it was, you don't want to go to jail and be a statistic or a drug dealer or get shot up, God forbid. But for us, Black girls, young Black women, you don't want to be a statistic by becoming a single mother, because that has been stigmatized. But then also, teenage pregnancy would make us a statistic in society, in the minds of white supremacy. And so I had
and becoming a stripper.
And becoming a stripper too. Yeah, because Black China definitely rode in circles with some people that I know in DC back in the day. But that was the thing. Girls were, when I was in college and graduate school, they was getting their butts done and they was on the pole. But all of those things like will make you a statistic. So I was hell-bent on going to school, building up my career, being independent. And I bought into that whole like mindset, and I deprioritized the legacy piece and the nation building piece. And so I liken that form of internalized like anti-Black racism and stereotype threat. I kind of like, for Black women or like myself, I call it's like a form of psychological abortion, kind of like, or birth control or prevention. It's like, okay, the last thing I wanted to deal with was a baby while I was out here going to school and trying to be independent. So I would say that. But in terms of relationships, like, you can still be in a relationship and have that independent mindset, and that's not conducive to nation building or building a legacy. And I'm going to land my plane there.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate you for sharing that with us. Was there anybody next? Or Brother Uncle, you had something to add?
Oh man, she summed it up perfectly. I love it. I love it. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I love it too. Now, Kundalini, you was on the stage, bro, and you dropped down, so I'm gonna send you another mic, man. You could take off if you choose to, unless you're busy or something, brother. Well, let me say this real quick. I don't adopt the ideology that if a woman necessarily reaches a certain age, or she has children, that will automatically disqualify her from finding another husband if she's been married. And I believe that is very important, whether she bear children or not, because if a woman, let's say if I was to meet a woman, I'm using myself in this example. Let's say if I was to meet a woman, or no, let me say it like this. On one hand, I have a woman that I'm seeing, and she has been married. She has one child, and from through the marriage, and she maintains herself, and she's a good woman, upstanding woman, and she has the qualities of being a wife. Then on the other hand, I have a younger woman, let's say, not they're still in the same age range, she's just younger, but she has never been married, and she has one child. and she shows me qualities of being a wife, but she's never been married. I would choose the married woman. I would, and I'm gonna tell you why. The reason I would choose the woman that has been married with the child over the children, over the woman that has the child and hasn't been married, is because the woman that has been married showed me that she has a track record of having cooperation with a man in a family structure. So, in my opinion, she would meet the qualifications of a wife more than the woman who has never been married. And I'll end there. Anybody like that?
I mean, I don't. I mean, I think that it just really depends on the person because women, can get married. Getting married, if it's not a evenly yoked marriage, it's a contract, it's a piece of paper, and it's something from Babylon, from the government, saying that y'all got to pay taxes together, right? But people will be married, and you can be a woman and be married and not be a wife, basically. Like, chicks be getting married, they don't cook, they don't clean the house, they're not making sure that they are, supporting their husband in a particular way, or they're emotionally distant and not present. Sometimes people are married, they live in whole different parts of the country or in different countries. So I just think that, like, we can take into consideration how we're defining marriage, one, and then two, there could be a sister who never had the opportunity of being married, but she has all of those qualities and more, but has been dealing with some bummy dudes that never didn't have the capacity or the know-how to appreciate those qualities in her, or bring, and nurture that, or, and take advantage of that. So I just really think that I think it depends, because for people get married, and you definitely want to know what led up to, and so you're going to date a woman, you want to know, like, oh, you were married before, so why didn't it work out? And then you want to be mindful of how women are talking about their ex-boyfriends, ex-husbands, children's fathers, and and what those relationships are like, or excuse me, how that woman is going to handle herself and carry herself after the marriages or the relationships are over. Is she holding on to baggage? Does she hate them? Is she uncooperative? When she's, the brother's trying to co-parent with her, is she estranged completely from her ex-husband and his family? Is that new baggage that she's going to have to work through before you get with her? You got to think about all of those things. But I would say I wouldn't just rule out the sister, or the sister who's never been married before, because she could be better than the chick who was married. I'm going to land my plane there.
No, I appreciate you, sister, but that's why I specifically said, I'm not sure if you caught that. I said they both have qualities of being a wife. Both of them have great wife qualities, but one has the experience of marriage and one doesn't. And that's where the difference becomes, because, like I said, I'm looking at the woman that, even though she has the qualities, but she also has the track record of cooperating with a man. Just like you said, even though she may have the qualities, will the personality match the qualities? And from the outside looking in, the woman who has actually been through a marriage and has actually been in a family structure would meet the qualifications more than the woman who doesn't have that track record. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. So with that being said, the only other thing that I would add on to that, and I don't know the answer to this question, I would say be mindful of how marriage functions today and how it used to function. So my parents were married before I was born, and they would, and my father transitioned when I was 19, when I was in college, right? And my parents were still together, and their parents were married, and so forth and so on. When I, do my lineage, and I know my grandparents and all of that kind of thing. But I got married when I was 28, and I got divorced before I turned 38. But back in those days, right, our parents' generation and beyond, they would just work through their stuff and stay married, for better or for worse. I mean, that's subjective, however we want to look at that. But now, somebody like me, like, I broke tradition, I got divorced. So you also want to look, and I'm being very vulnerable and self-reflective here. You want to look at, like, okay, so the woman who is married, if I get with her, if it doesn't work out, is it going to be, is the marriage easily dissolved, or, am I looking for a writer who's going to be there, and not keep using marriage itself as a revolving door of relationships? I'm gonna land my plane there.
Great point, sis. I didn't think about it.
If I could chime in,
That's all.
can
That's
I?
why I'm glad you up here. Thank you, sister. Gas, sister Chrissy, no problem. Gas, sister. Then Juicy Genius.
I just wanted to chime in really quickly while this is on my heart to say is that one thing about, she may have been married, but she had a failed marriage. So choosing a woman who's had a failed marriage, and this isn't all women, but she brings all of that failure into the next relationship.
Oh, wait, hold on. What determined? What are you talking about? The scenario that I gave, sister?
Yeah, the scenario that you gave when you
Wait a
said,
minute. Wait a minute. What determines that the sister had a failed marriage? I never said that the sister could have possibly been married and be widowed.
well, she could have.
I never. Hold up. I never stated the circumstances of her not being married anymore.
You did not specify. So my mind went to divorce. And so I went to thinking failed marriage. So you didn't specify. So if it was a widow situation, it could be completely different and completely happy. But if it was a divorce situation, everything that happened in that relationship, a lot of those things will go on into the next relationship. Unless she gets counseling and therapy and stuff like that and truly heals herself before she jumps into the next relationship with the next person. But no, you didn't specify, but my brain went there. So forgive me for that. And I'll yield the floor back to you guys.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because it had me think about failed marriages in two aspects, right? And then also like the concept of failure itself. So some of us say there's no such thing as a failure. There's only, opportunities and growth, right? So they're learning lessons. But a failed marriage, in my mind, my go-to would say, okay, two people came together and they're no longer married. And when they were together, it was a complete shit show, right? People entered the marriage one way and they left, or they entered the marriage whole. To think about how I look at failed marriages or failed relationships, and the word and concept of failure itself. So thank you, sis.
Yes, thank you too, sister Christy. I appreciate you. Sister Juicy Genius. It's on you. Ain't that a tongue twister?
Yeah, it's Juicy Genius, so maybe I have to say it a few more times. Um, I got to start speaking more. But to respond to Sister Lioness, she made some very important, valid points. And I noticed that a lot of brothers who have a building mindset and are looking for a wife, they want to make sure that, she's had, some type of resume of, cohabiting with a man. So some men, they just, let me get a wife. And some men have different quality standards that they have, or they have expectations that they have for the woman that they marry. I'm 38 years old, never been married. I wasn't pushed, into that. It was every woman around me was working. We all had to work. I started working at 14 years old. It was survival, more so less, you know, let me, wait for a man to take care of me. And that was kind of embedded into my, you can't wait for nobody to take care of you. You only got yourself. So take care of yourself at the end of the day. And that's what was kind of embedded. But as I grew up and I was able to take care of myself, substantially, I was a statistic. What Sister Linus says, they were thinking that, you know, don't become that. I was born into be a statistic, born right into the Child Protective Services world, and experience it from the inside, and looking at adults and being young and intelligent enough to realize that this is not the typical standard life for a child, and I have to maneuver around these adults that could be preying on me, you know. And it takes your mind into a different place. So when you grow up, and yes, I was a 16 and pregnant and homeless. I don't mind being transparent because I'm pursuing things where I'm going to be in the public eye. You're going to hear it from me. You can't dox me because I'm going to speak on myself. But my thing, as far as the marriage concept, we have been, our generation is definitely looking at marriage in a different light. But a failed marriage to me is sustainable. Is being married to someone for a long period of time and being miserable, more important than never being married at all and never having to go through that pain to have to heal from. That's man or woman in my book. Marry right. You want to marry the right person. So you have to be healed and you have to be whole and you have to be open and honest and transparent and communicate your needs. And you have to marry someone you're going to be compatible with enough to build a family with. This is, you know, there's no reason to, people get so hyped up about the wedding and they put no effort and energy on building the marriage. And I'll land my plane there.
I agree with both of you sisters. Actually, I'm gonna share a story. I'm gonna open up for a second. I'm gonna speak about one of my past relationships. I was married to well, I wasn't married. I was dating a very nice young woman, and she had 2 children. She was a divorcee, but it's still to this day she's a great woman. To this day I still love her. And I'm not in love. It's the difference. But I had proposed to her, and she would not accept my proposal. We continued to date, and she never told me why she wouldn't accept my proposal, but I knew why. Now, our situation was circumstantial, and I'm gonna explain what I mean. She needed she required how can I say, a man that was a father, and being that I was coming into the situation as a bachelor, we weren't evenly yoked. You understand what I'm saying? She was experiencing motherhood. I'm not a parent. So this is where the balance of the relationship was off, because I couldn't come into the relationship with an experience that the relationship required. So even when she didn't accept my proposal, I wasn't heartbroken because I understood why she turned me down. So that's my situation. So it actually works on both ends, believe it or not. And that's the point I was just trying to make with that story. And I'll land on that. Sister Hill.
Wow, I had to come behind that. That was a beautiful story. Let me say that. Gosh, wow, whoo, goodness. The art of letting go, right? It become natural after a while, just to let go of stuff. I would have loved I thought for a fact that I'd be married, probably with kids. I just knew, But sometimes things don't happen like that. But sometimes I understand that as well. Sometimes people are not marriage material. And that's another thing we gotta take into account. But I got something from my mother because she was spoiled. She was the baby of her family, and my grandfather, oh man, spoiled her. My grandma, they kind of allowed, and that's no good. I think that's the worst thing you can do, is to give a child everything. My grandma used to, after a while, she's like, "No, make them work Carter." His last name Carter. Make them work hard for this stuff. You just give them. You don't never. And that's the worst thing that happened to us, because my father gave us everything. I lived a picket fence life, quote unquote. My father, we'll probably go into this, but matter of fact, I'm not gonna go into that. Got everything we wanted, and that's a sad situation, because I didn't work hard for anything. So after a while, you go through life kind of hustling a little bit. You know how to hustle the system on stuff and get what you want to get, be able to pass with flying colors and all this crazy stuff, and never, ever, ever understand the art of working hard until it's really time to work hard. And learning how to, and having a control issue, which my mother had. Got to have control. That's why it was hard for me to let go. That's why I ended up in the situation that I ended up in, um, wanting something that was no good for me and wanting it anyway. And then you find yourself 5 to 10 years, 15 years down the line, wondering, where did your time go? Well, shoot, you was the bag lady, You hurt your back dragging all them bags that was not yours like that, all because of a control thing. And with that being said, when you finally wake up, and then I'm 37 years old, like, damn, wow, because everything went fast in the past 4 or 5 years. This went fast, and it's like, damn, what happened? Um, Self control and control is two different things. I did not have self control, but I wanted to control. And that was no good. Was given everything. My father gave us everything. We lived a picket fence life, like I said, and was given every fucking thing. And when he finally passed away, all that money dried up. All that goat money, as we say, I'm gonna say goat money, dried up. From living with the best, as you say, quote unquote, picket fence type lifestyle. And looking at it from a bird's eye view now, and looking down at it, um, that was room for disaster, right? And then not letting go because you want to control stuff. But to sum this up, if I would have let go of a lot of stuff a long time ago, which in relationships as well, and letting it be what it is, and saying, okay, hey, it's over, it's done. Instead, you're gonna hang on for 15 years, 5, 10 years. Something's wrong with you. Something might be wrong with the guy or the girl in some cases, right? But guy in my case, something's wrong with you. Because at that time, you could have 2 degrees, if that's the case, right? Could have set yourself up within probably a new relationship moving forward in life. But these are the things that you usually get after you fuck up, right? Usually people don't get shit right. The black community, and I hate to say this, I'm going to bring it back to this, and I'm going to land here with us with the Democratic Party. Man, we're on life support right now. And we've been beaten by them many a times, but you still went back. And now you gasping, for air right now. And we wondering, are they going to make it? Or are they going to make it? I see us do this a lot in our community. And individually, I see myself do this a lot. I made a lot of silly mistakes, young, foolish mistakes, and I'm not jumping on myself or anything like that. But it might be a blessing for Mr. Michael. It might be a blessing for him. And hell, it might be even a better blessing for her as well, as FBA folks, right? To go ahead and let it go. So I'm going to end with that. Thank you.
Brother Racer.
You ain't crying, are you, man? I didn't touch your heart like that, did I?
Oh no.
It's a joke, man. I know.
No, I wasn't crying. No, I was actually in the back channel talking to somebody. I appreciate you, sister. I'm here for real. Sister Double I, it's on you, sister.
I guess I just wanted to comment on what she just said about knowing when to let go, because I guess I've seen kind of both sides of somebody holding on too long, and they should have just walked away from that situation because it was really unhealthy, and they lived out their final days unhappy, but they just refused to move on. So like I said, my grandparents raised me, so my grandmother, for whatever reason, would never leave my grandfather. I don't know if it's just a generational thing, but she never left, and that man never changed. He never changed his ways. But then on the other hand, my aunt, her husband, my uncle, he was out here in the streets, had money and doing his thing. They used to fight. She even caught him cheating, pulled up on him, but she didn't leave. It took him getting caught up, being sent out to the feds, doing time to come out, and then he was like a completely different man, and they've had a healthy and happy marriage from that point on. It's like for whatever reason, he grew up while he was in there. He stopped being in the streets. He has a job. He takes care of the grandkids. Like, they have a boat. They go fishing. Like, they are living the life. And I think it's the first time being able to see a healthy relationship and a happy ending. But he did, and he was out there doing it, like you say, 5 or 10 years. He was out there about 5 years, maybe more, just in the streets living his life. And that's because that was made to seem cool. You know what I'm saying? Like he was the man out there. But once he got sent away, and she held him down while he was gone, like they lost a lot. A lot of stuff got taken away, but she held him down. She didn't leave. You know, she worked. She took care of the kids. Um, but once he came home, he has been a different man. And when I say like his grandkids love him, and they've been able to witness, I think, through her holding on and not giving up, they've been able to grow up and witness a healthy, happy Black relationship.
Thank you, Sister Double I. Yo, shout out to our good brother Chef C. Make sure you get out or you follow our brother. Shouts out to you, Chef C. I see you in the building. You pulled up like Batman, bro. 1 minute I was had my head turned, you wasn't there, and all of a sudden you just popped up. Got me feeling like Commissioner Gordon, brother. Yeah, check out our brother's Chef C, his documentary From the Soil. That's going to be a hot one. You know, taking a dive into the history of the foundational Black American chef. That's going to be the jam right there. And hopefully we get that out. Brother Chef, I hope you get that sometime around the Maroon movies or one of the brother Tariq's movies drop, because that's going to be like a triple double for us, brother. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get into the culture of hip hop. We're going to get into our Maroon culture to our brothers in the southeast of the country. And not only that, we're going to get into the cuisines. Damn, that's going to be good. Shout out to you, brother. I appreciate your work.
I love it. I love it. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait for that either. Definitely be on the lookout, y'all, for Buck Breaking Part 2 as well. And also, Chef C, I'm trying to bring you up. You know, my pops was a chef. We need to build on that. He was a chef, and he was a labor organizer within the Hotel and Restaurant Union here in D.C. And so we can talk about, even from an immigration standpoint, I have some things that I can build with you on.
Path to Justice, it's on you.
Okay, I hope y'all can hear me. This is on my second phone. It doesn't do on Twitter as well for some reason. But if you can't,
nah, you loud and clear, brother. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, really, I appreciate these conversations. I'm actually off topic, so I came in late. I usually come in these conversations, even if it's not something I feel like I want to necessarily listen to, because y'all always have tertiary information that's usually beneficial. So thank you for that. Regarding Chef C, I was just asking, does he have a means of pre-ordering? So for my second job, I do Uber rides, and a lot of these people, you kind of see some habits about, okay, where there's opportunities to make money here in Atlanta, because you see where all these other cats are actually making these money, especially with the restaurants. And I studied a little bit. I had a health scare, so I studied a little bit about diaspora cooking and what we were doing, stuff like back then, because we had to be very efficient with our nutrition. Because if you study the caloric and nutritional stuff that we were going back in during slavery, we were burning sometimes 6,000, 8,000 more calories per day. And then you also had to have excellent nutrition just to survive. So you compare that to where we have all these food deserts nowadays. None of this food is nutritious. It's almost all deleterious to your health. High fat, cholesterol, sugar, and sodium. Almost all of it. Even if you go to TGIF or whatever, all of it still got those problems. It's definitely in need to have a lot of our own restaurants, and maybe this isn't the channel to have a deeper conversation about that. But I think there's a lot of opportunities given the current structure of how the restaurant industry kind of works. For while what used to be more risky, I think there's actually more opportunities to make more money right now. But anyway, I'm just asking again if he has a link so we could pre-order that work, because at the end of the day, we're gonna have to build our own institutions. We talked about the negativities of the situation that just happened, like in Jackson, Mississippi, but I think Tariq did the best job of explaining it that I've heard, and then also Jason Black did a wonderful job. But we're being forced to accept that we're going to have to build our own infrastructure on everything, and that's going to regard in all areas of human activity also. So anyway, I'm just going to land the plane.
Brother Chef, if you're available, the floor is yours, brother. Peace to the God.
Hey, blessings, peace to the God of peace. I'm actually in my kitchen right now, family, but I like the topic and the subject of the room. You just step out real quick. Hold that line. All right. Anyhow, yeah, family. So I definitely like the subject matter of the room, Sister Lioness. You already know what type of time it is. We can definitely build. I'm always open to build with anybody. I don't hog the spotlight for shit. This is everything I do. I believe it's about community first, and everything after that, that's second. That's second to it. So I lead with the family. Whatever I can do over here. Also, anybody got any people in the New Jersey area, particularly the northern New Jersey, some youngins. My nutrition program is taking place right now in my garden. So we're definitely teaching the youngins how to grow. So if anybody's looking to get them in there, we're going to be wrapping it up in the next 2 weeks. But if you got any kids up that way, northern New Jersey area, particularly in Patterson area, have them go ahead and reach out to me so we can get your kids gamed up as far as agriculture is concerned. On the flip side of it, yes, the project is man, I gotta tell y'all, man, I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I am so blessed to even have this thing be, Black American funded. Have a Black American staff. I mean, from the secretary all the way up to the people that's behind the camera crew, to to some of the script writing and the scene, and then the liaisons that I partner with for each city that I go to, man. This is I'm a chef, but I never seen myself becoming a director, let alone a goddamn producer of anything cinematic. So, but again, as Black American people, the situation dictates our God mode. So right now, I believe for me personally, it is necessary that we take back our narrative in every way, shape, or form, whether it be behind these kitchens, whether it be on a government level, whether it be in the culinary industry. We have to take it back. We have to stop letting people talk for us. You understand? Because that's not how it's getting done. So in my upcoming movie, Again from the Soil, FBA experiences through the eyes of a Black American chef, I just want everybody to understand that it's culture first with a chaser of culinary. It's culture first, about us shining a light on the things that we have contributed. Talk about 50,000 K patents across this goddamn fucking country and more. And this is going to be another one that's going to be fucking timeless. Shout out to everybody that's doing the pull-ups here in September. Shout out to my brother A-Dub leading the charge and getting us jumped off. Jersey is going to be another large one. In addition to us filming right after the pull-up, we're going to be filming the newer episode from the soil, and then we go right into the West Coast. I'm gonna catch a flight out to California, and I'll be at the California pull-up as well, stomping with them, and then we continue on filming for the rest of the weekend for the California segment. So we are working out here, ladies and gentlemen. We are working, and I am open to all collaborations. I don't hog the spotlight. This is for our people. As long as you're on that type of time, we can work together and make sure that our narrative, our issues, the resources that have been taken from us are brought back to our community and put out there for everybody to access that are Black American. I land with that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I know your time is precious. I know you out there. You got them on the line, keeping it tight, brother. But you handle your business. Just real quick, I want to ask you before you go. The brother asks if there's any way to pre-order the documentary that you're putting out for the family, and because he wants to get in on that. But I would assume no, because I know we're still in mid-production. Ain't that right, brother?
Most definitely, I will be releasing that in the next 2 months as of right now. Again, this whole thing is completely funded from me and my partner, y'all. So what will be released if anybody is open to it, is the Indiegogo platform. My secretary is getting that together right now for the additional funding, so we can keep this thing going. I don't want to do this one time because there's so much history when it comes to our people. So it's going to require that this continues to be a collective community project. And, we're going to be asking, we'll put the ask out for the Indiegogo to continue the funding of this project, as it has, the numbers are already up there, but it is what it is, man. When you doing shit out of your back pocket, waiting for Hulu and the motherfuckers to cut the check, because Hulu tried to tell me on some goofy shit, hey, we want your first season on you, and in the second one, you can have it. We'll fund the second one. And I'm like, man, you
Oh hell
motherfuckers.
no.
Because I'm not certified through the industry and, all of the goofy time talk and shit like that. So I'm just like, man, fuck all of you niggas. What I'm going to do again, and that's the thing, right? I just want y'all to learn through my experience and anybody else's experiences. Listen, when they start to try to water down our shit, we got to have enough chest and even to some degree enough bank to tell them to kiss our ass when they start watering down our shit. And that's what they try to do with me, as far as some of the shit, some of the pilots and shit that we've sent already. They're trying to get me to take this out and do this, and they're trying to make it an All Lives Matter project. And I just told them niggas to kiss my black American ass. And we're going to go ahead and do it the way we got to do it on this side. So, family, be on the lookout for the next 2 weeks or so. That Indiegogo platform will be dropping. And, Hulu decides to back out on the last minute, we're still going to release it. There's other ways to release the goddamn thing. So either way, y'all will still have something. Definitely, I plan to have at least 1 or 2 episodes to y'all by December, so we can go into the holiday our way. Alain.
Thank you, brother Chef. You already know. If you got any time or on your spare time, because I'm gonna keep the space open for at least another 2 hours. But I'm pretty sure my co-host, I only got to step away for about 15, 20 minutes. If y'all can hold it down. Not right now, but I'll give you the word because I got to make a couple of calls and get in a couple of people's asses about a couple of things they ain't making happen for the brother. So we're gonna get that popping. But shout out to brother Chef. Chef, are you taking donations for the film via Cash App, brother?
Pardon me, that laughing sound was enough. It will be a Cash App releasing next week, as well as the Indiegogo. I am just I don't want to tie a lot of that shit into my business, so I'm generating the separate the tax ID number for it. And once I do that and open it under that, the Indiegogo and the Cash App will all be connected for the grassroots sourcing. So everything, y'all just keep a lookout for that in the next 2 weeks. It might get to y'all actually by Tuesday of next week. But either way, I'll keep everybody posted, and I appreciate everybody's support, man. This is definitely for us, man. This is when I say I am the Black Anthony Bourdain. I'm just saying that, figuratively, fuck that motherfucker. I am Chef C, goddammit. I ain't no white man. I'm a Black American chef who's been doing this shit, and I just really need to put us out there in the forefront when it comes to our issues and particularly our goddamn cuisine. I land with that.
Thank you, brother Chef. I appreciate you, brother, and I appreciate the work, man. I'm definitely going to support, brother. Once you open up that Cash App, brother, or the Indiegogo, man, you definitely going to see a
PayPal.
nice donation from your boy, bro. And I'm pretty sure the family's going to look out. So I got a couple of bills to tighten you up, so you know how the guards do. So don't even worry about that, brother. We're going to get this shit done.
I don't do
Blessings to
Cash App,
everybody.
brother Chef, but any other way or PayPal, I can definitely do, man. I'll PayPal your ass to death, nigga. Just let me know.
Hey, listen. I fuck with all of y'all niggas, man. I appreciate everybody. Again, if anything, if you got kids, my thing is this: if you got kids, just send them over to my damn nutrition program in Patterson, New Jersey, so we can get them to learn how to grow. Goddamn it, because shit is looking wild out here for us, and I like my people to be prepared. Okay, the kids will eat for free. The whole education is for free. You know what I mean? If you want to donate, cool. If you don't, cool. Just send them. we're trying to educate the kids here, man, and that's we start there, right, and everything else will fall into place. So I appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna go back to the bleachers.
Thank you, brother Chef, man. Once again, we appreciate you, brother. Shouts out to you, man. Everybody go support the brothers documentary. If you're in the North New Jersey area, particularly Patterson, make sure our brother gets them kids in there, man, and make sure that we have the next generation of farmers and growers, man, and hopefully we could develop the next George Washington Carver out of that bunch. You never know. Thank you, brother. Yeah, it's been so dope in here. I appreciate y'all, brother Conscious. I see you, brother. Oh, John Horse. I see you. You popped in the building. That's another superhero. He popped in like a Nightwing this time. What's happening, brother?
Brother Salim.
Oh, I see brother Salim. Brother Salim, stay in the cut, man. He waiting. He waiting to slice somebody for us. I got you, brother. Shout out to the family.
Okay, Racer Bro, I'm gonna head out. I'll be back probably if you're still going. But excellent room. Thank you. This was an excellent build. Um, we got a lot of beauty in us, and we have a lot of trauma as well. And I think a lot of kinks have been worked out, even in this room. Just being able to talk about our different perspectives of life and merging it with the FBA experience and trying to love and respect and hold accountable each other again, because accountability is a lot. And I wasn't really held, I wasn't really accountable, not like that. My family didn't, and I think and it goes back to, yeah, you got to hold your kids accountable. Not only that, or us as general, but not only that, um, make them work with stuff. Don't just give them anything. My grandma said, like she said, no, make them work for what you want. Now I'll give you a little something, but I'm gonna make you work for it, because you're gonna be laying on my couch at 50 years old talking about mama. You're gonna be laying on my couch at 40, and then what happens is that we start looking at our kids with disgust, like, what the hell? Why didn't you become? I ain't trying to be funny, because you usually get something out of what you put in it. And the only thing you put in it was a little bit of money and let me do whatever I want to. You didn't really put no real nutrition in me, and you get what you put in. So therefore, guys, I'm gonna end it on that. Thank you.
And yeah, and that's another thing. Make sure you guys, I'm learning as I get older, because I'm 36. I'll be 37 in a couple more months. But man, use your time. Make sure your time is useful. Because I look back, it was 2010. Now I look forward, like I wake up like sometimes and I just be like, I'm in a time wind or something, because just yesterday it was 2010, now it's 2022. You know what I'm saying? It's 12 years gone. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, as you get older, just learn to manage your time a whole lot better. If it's not healing for you, your body, ways to make money, save money, you know what I'm saying? If it ain't helping you on that end, man, don't even fuck with it.
No doubt, brother. You already know how it is on Cole. You got to sit there and be 10 steps ahead of the game nowadays, man. I mean, we got to live like that as foundational Black Americans, period, because we got all odds against us. We got all ethnicities for the most part against us. So we got to soldier up, brother. We got a lot of straightening. We got a lot of tightening up to do in our community. But one thing about our community, we always been a very resilient people. So, and we always landed on our feet. So,
absolutely. And that brings me to oh, Sister Juicy, you want to go?
You want to go, Sister Juicy?
Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry. I'm listening, but I'm just able to respond. I wanted to respond to what the sister was stating about, a lot of us didn't come with safety nets, and I think sometimes when your back is up against the wall, and if you're really at a point of life where if you don't work, you don't eat, you really have to turn on another level of behaviors and conduct and mentality and getting to a place where you're really strategic about who you have in your life and who you allow to attach themselves to your life. You want, and I wasn't the little princess, and I believe that, I wanted my son. My son will be 22 in December, real quick. My son will be 22 in December, and I didn't want him to get wrapped up in the princess, syndrome girls, because they believe that however their dad treated them, and that's how all they have to do is pout a little bit, and whatever they want, they get it. And so when they get into a relationship with a man, they believe that their father is going to come out of him, and that's not the case. You're building a family and relationship. Now, yes, he does cater, and he is a gentleman, but at the same time, it's not always your way, because it may be the wrong way as far as building and relationships are concerned, especially when you're younger. So that's why I recommend, and like I said, I'm 38 years old. When in your 20s, you're still learning yourself and pursuing your purpose and things like that. And along the way, a love interest or someone that you can build with, you'll be matched with when you're on the right path. I do believe that, but at the same time, I don't believe that young people should put so much pressure, into, immediately getting into relationship after relationship after relationship and not healing, especially if you went through a traumatic one. So I just want to make that piece.
Beautiful. Yeah, that kind of I definitely concur with that, and I wanted to explain my affirmation in the jumbotron. Today and every day, I am choosing my purpose and inner peace over other people's drama and shit. I now kindly leave me be and go clean up your shit. Oftentimes we get into relationships with folks and we take on their baggage, or because they have so much baggage or drama and things in their life, they sort of dump on you. And then in the reverse side, we do the same thing also in relationships. And so it's enough for us to unpack our own bags and our own baggage. But, it's important that after we leave relationships, before we transition into a new one, that we're actually working to undo our own stuff and the other person's stuff that we've taken on. And it's just as simple as making a choice of like setting a boundary, like, I'm here to support you as your partner, but at the same time, don't use your partner as a crutch, right? Don't use me as a crutch, and vice versa. So I just wanted to name that, because we always, even in relationships with people, we should still be choosing our purpose, still choosing our inner peace. And you want to be with someone that's going to match that. They're rooted in their purpose, they're choosing their inner peace, the brother's doing his own work, and then it can be compatible and you learn from each other, as opposed to one person being the so-called strong one, and then the other person just being the supporter, because that stuff gets old and it would definitely break up any marriage or relationship in the long term. So everyone is responsible for their own healing. Everyone is responsible for setting their own boundaries. Everyone is responsible for finding and living out their purpose and creating their peace. Oftentimes, a lot of folks jump into marriage, or they jump into relationships, or relationship after relationship, because they're codependent and they're not willing to sit still and do their own work. And sometimes, a lot of folks are attracted to each other because of trauma bonding. And that's a whole nother, can of worms. But I just wanted to name those things and explain my affirmation for today and every day. And if you click on it, it's an actual breakdown of the word shit by Mama Iyanla, who's one of my teachers as well. So I'll land my plane there.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. I just want to say a little something, family. Just understand that I know there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of BS, there's a lot of propaganda, so many just on this app alone. But one of the beautiful things I find about this app, that we're connecting as a foundational Black American family. We're finding each other, we're edifying each other, and just understand, family, that Twitter is Spaces is just a tool, and you can either use it in a positive way or you can use it in a negative way. And believe it or not, and this is speaking personally for myself, I find some of these spaces, a lot of these spaces, when I'm linking up with the family, I find it very therapeutic, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a single brother out here trying to navigate through this shit, and then sometimes I need someone to talk to. I need to know I'm not the only person dealing with these issues. I'm not the only person seeing all of this shit going on in our community. I'm not only one seeing that our people economically are going in a slump, and it's deliberately done, and we're systematically being pushed out of our neighborhoods, and we're being sabotaged every turn we take. So, you know what I'm saying? like I said, this could be a great thing, or this could make it be a negative thing. But it's all about what we make it, family. And I'm glad that we having a good space, good build, and like I said, a lot of people getting a lot of things off their chest, even me. So it's great, family, and it feels good. It feels good. Brother Path, I'm
Oh,
sorry, sister, you want to say something?
yeah, just real quick. I remember also why I wanted to chime in because brother on Code's comment, right? Brother said he's 37 and the pandemic has happened. And it seems like life just like moved real fast, right? And I'm 38. So I in relation to my affirmation statement, oftentimes when we're dealing with other people's drama and their baggage, it's a time waster. And it definitely it costs us our time, it costs us our healing, it costs us, you know, opportunities of us directing our attention and focus in other directions. So I wanted to name that confusion, conflict, drama, dealing with other people's problems, or putting a cape on for other people, or being relied on too heavily, being taken advantage of too heavily within this context, relationships and otherwise, it's a time waster. And it does, like, you will wake up one day and be like, oh shit, where did the time go? I land my plane there.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. Shouts out to you too, brother on Code. I appreciate you too, brother. I appreciate everybody in the room joining me, joining the family. Like I said, this can be a great thing or be a negative thing, and I'm glad that we making this having a positive impact in this room. Yo, what's up, brother on Code? You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick, man. This right here, y'all, like, this is, for me personally, this is real edifying, man. Like, just to connect with my people, because I'm from the South. I'm from Nashville, but I currently live in Kentucky. And man, just to connect with like-minded people just like myself, you know what I'm saying? It's cool, you know what I'm saying? Because 10 years ago, I wasn't cognitive. You know what I'm saying? I was just that wild nigga. So, you know, just to now settle down and, like, you know, connected with Race of Bo and a lot of other host of people, man. It's just good. And I've also, like, started to shed a lot of other personal shit that I've been facing, you know what I'm saying, and turning into a more positive. So I'll say that, man. So just love y'all out there, you know what I'm saying, you know, internet love, you know what I mean? But, you know, I appreciate y'all. Everything y'all say is very edifying for me.
Yeah, we appreciate you too, brother on Code. And brother on Code, I gotta say this about you, brother. Like, you know, me and you been rocking on these Twitter spaces since day one, brother. And I gotta say, brother, I wouldn't rather have anybody in my foxhole, brother. If I need anybody in my foxhole, brother, you definitely one of the brothers that I know I could count on, brother. So like I said, we going to war, family, and not only be looking for our family, but I'm looking for my soldiers too, brother.
There
Because
it is.
I come from a place where we didn't talk, brother. We didn't negotiate. You know what I'm saying? You cross the line, you got dealt with. It's just simple as that. And I'm glad that I came out of that Pookie and Ray Ray mindset, and I stepped into a mindset to where I could apply those unique skills in the protection and advancement of my people. So just to let y'all brothers and sisters know, if you ever need a soldier for the foundational Black American family, you got one. And that's coming from the soul. Brother Path, it's on you, brother.
Okay, well, thank y'all for the conversation. I really appreciate what everybody's been saying, especially online. This, I think, she's focusing what we have to do on the individual, interpersonal level towards healing and making sure we have the separation, but also the cohesion within ourselves, separation from others, but also cohesion from ourselves to make sure that we're in a healing space. Because that is important, especially in our communities that's been rife and riddled with messages of self-hatred and removing ourselves from self-love on a genuine level. And then on as we especially relate between man be woman, but also woman be woman and woman with woman and man be man. So I just want to say that is very important. And I think as we heal, and I hate to talk about this stuff before I actually do it, but I think, again, the institutional level is what we also have to get to thinking about. How can we reinvent our institutions where they work in positive manners towards promoting healthy relationships? One obvious one is music, because since it's riddled with dividing us from each other and loving each other ourselves genuinely, and also loving the relationship between the man be woman, which is essential for any survival of a culture and ethnic group, clearly us included, but also for just thriving and happiness. Because if we have that kind of culture reinvigorated, there's no reason in this environment that we don't have more millionaire families by 35. You know, you get together, y'all keep working, stacking your bread, not wasting your money on BS, and actually genuinely loving each other. Very feasible within this current environment to actually get to that level, economically speaking. We're not even talking about generational wealth and generational happiness, but just thinking about reinventing our institutions, even if it be the clubs, instead of it just being somewhere where you just go and randomly do something with an intentional plan of actually having constructive and deeper relationships where people come in like mind with that purpose upon coming there. But just want to put that on the floor. Maybe we can start rethinking how our institutions are built, because we've always built these institutions for ourselves, like the Chitlin Circuit. You know, yeah, we had all these clubs and stuff, and clearly that was within the background history of racism and white supremacy, and us having to have our own clubs because that's all we could have. But let's move past that thought of, okay, this is essential towards, this is how it's healthiest benefiting us and creating long-term happiness and wealth, versus it just being something we do because it's something we do. Being more intentional in our purpose. Anyway, I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, brother Pat. We appreciate you, man. Shouts out to you, man. Blessings, brother. Appreciate you. Peace. Big Bo, that's on you, brother.
Hey, what's up, family? Yeah, like you said, my name Big Boda. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. 38. You know, me personally, I want a FBA wife, and FBA children and grandchildren. But we got to be honest about the whole culture of dating. It's kind of janky right now, family. Like, it's not just a straightforward process of, you meet a good chick and, y'all go on a date and, it goes from there where y'all progress to marriage and a serious relationship. It's not as cut and dry as it used to be back in the 50s and 60s, with these building families, the process of building a family. And so we got to be proactive in doing something to fix the dating culture, especially in a Black empowerment circle. Like, we dating intentionally in order to build something special for the future. You see what I'm saying? Life is short, and the next generation coming up, we got to set examples of healthy relationships for them. And me personally, I'm gonna be 100% real with y'all. I got these OGs that's like retired. They be going down to other countries and stuff. Like, man, you need to come with us, man. Come on down. I'm like, nah, bruh. Cause I ain't trying to get into nothing what y'all got going on. It's like, I'm trying to stay here and, build here. You feel me? Y'all putting up laughing emojis because y'all know what I'm talking about. The older cats, like, they like in their 40s and 50s and stuff going down there. Like, what are you really trying to do? You see what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm gonna land there.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, so go ahead.
Yes. So, I'm closer to that age range where um, men that are like between 35 and 45, express some interest in him. But I am seeing that a lot of younger men are a lot more emotional and financially mature than some of the older generation. So I don't really know kind of like what's going on. I'm glad you brought up the whole dating climate because like we've seen echoed on social media, women are dating pockets and men are dating bodies. And so no one's really dating intentionally or for a purpose for a long-term relationship or building or nation building. They're just trying to see and skate around and see who they can take advantage of. And I've opted out of that experience altogether. No, thank you. I don't want to be a part of that. So let that wave go and do what it do. But at the end of the day, you do have to kind of separate yourself from certain, groups and environments where, dysfunction is kind of rampant. Um, with the whole thing about the traveling to the foreign countries, because I've actually traveled internationally and I've seen these Black men that you're speaking of, going down looking for whatever they're planning to look for. Those women are ready and prepared. There's a whole operation waiting for you to come down there because they're looking for an escape into the United States, and those men are vulnerable and open to getting those. They believe they believe the grass is greener on the other side. Well, that happened to a black man, a black American man who had been married for 25 years, because a lot of those men that are, 40 and up that are traveling and experimenting, a lot of them do be married. And so, they get off the plane and in Brazil and they go missing. He goes missing for 3 days. He left the party of his friends and went off, and this woman met him he didn't even leave the airport. So um, he was lost in the sauce of the Brazilian BBL and beauty and all of that. So by the time it was ready for him to go back to the United States, she comes back to the airport with him. He appears again. He goes up to the United States, divorces his wife, and marries this Brazilian woman. Now she has immigrated into, the United States. And 2 years into the marriage, her husband comes to visit as a quote unquote friend. So she's married to someone already in Brazil, you know she already had a husband to begin with. It was all a plot just to get into the United States. And so that vulnerable black man, well, I won't say vulnerable, but he just, naive and kind of green to the system. Because again, black Americans we just really don't understand our power, internationally, and you are flex, you'll come up. They'll come up off of you real quick if you put yourself out there like that, and you're thinking the grass is green on the other side, and you just sacrifice a 25-year relationship, for something that was a lie. But anywho, I was just sharing that story because, you know, being committed to yourself and being committed to your people. I have a loyalty. I'm big on, I'm a Libra. I'm big on loyalty and balance. And I feel like the best balance for me is a foundational black American man who might share the same experiences, who we're seeing what's happening to our people, who have a history of their ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears in this land and this soil. I'm honored to be with a black American man. That's just how I am, and that's how I'll be. But that's something that I believe that a philosophy we need to adopt as a people, and it's going to take some time because look at all the things that's trying to distract us from doing that. And I'll let my plane there.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate you, and you very true. And the brother was 100 hit his spot on. You got I think if the move that brother did that you speaking of, Juicy, that was a pure simp move all day, all night. I know a lot of brothers in the room know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep. That's wild, bro. Like,
when I say lost in the sauce, y'all, when I say lost in the sauce, I guess that's what the essence means. I don't know. Lost. I don't get it. But yeah, y'all gotta talk to y'all brothers, man. Y'all gotta talk to y'all brothers.
Okay, I mean, hold up, brother. Hold up. I got this on code. All right, I'm gonna let you cook on code. I know you about to cook, but you two even kill for this one, brother. Let me get this now, sister. I'm gonna push back a little bit, sister, because you need to go talk to your sisters too. Don't now. Y'all taking them girls trips out there to Montego Bay, going out there in the jungle on them bamboo rafts, and you got the brothers out there sitting there rubbing coconut butter on your butt, fresh out the shell.
You sound like a hater right now.
No, excuse me. You hold on, because
never happened to me. So
wait, hold up, wait a minute, and then y'all going out. Wait a minute, y'all going out there, and y'all got them brothers sitting there rubbing coconut butter fresh out the shell on your body, and while they sitting there going out doing workouts and pull-ups off an elephant tusk and all of that stuff. So let's be real, sister. Like y'all do it too.
Elephant tusk. Now, come on. Getting a massage during vacation is not comparable to leaving
No,
for a
sister,
Brazilian BBL.
Sister, stop. Don't try to see. Look, now you about to go into you try to she explain it away. I got a Jamaican partner who got a cousin out there, and he said he's really getting with hooking up with about 80% of the women that come through on them little bamboo rides. So, sister, you want to come again?
Juicy, just know I got your back, Juicy. Just know I got your back. Go ahead, sis. I got your back.
I'm gonna let him what he wanted.
Co-hosting privileges too.
Receipts.
What up, though, Big Bo? The 6 miles in the building with you. So that's all I wanted to say.
Have them pull the receipts and prove that, but you gotta, I mean, I don't know. I'm a Libra again. That's kind of off, when is weighing heavier? 25-year marriage, girlfriend trip? I don't know. I coconut butter, cocoa butter, massage, sir. Racer Bo, how can you compare the two? Simply stating. That's the only question I have.
Sister,
But
sister, the sister,
I don't go on
the
girlfriend
sister. Hold
trips.
on, wait a minute.
I don't go.
The massages are ending. The massages are having happy endings over there, sister. Keeping it real, I'm telling you. My homeboy that I know, Jamaican partner. You know what I'm saying? Very cool. You know what I'm saying? B1. He on cold. He has a cousin out there that works at the resort to where them sisters is going, and he is linking up with about 75, 80% of the sisters, according to him. And
And
them
that's
brothers.
just reckless on his part. He needs to, be a little bit more responsible with his self. But hey,
How
I can.
Stella got it. How Stella got her groove back.
Now, wait, hold up. Now, wait, hold, now, hold up. Now, Lioness, who sounds like the hater now?
That's how I don't have a hateful bone in my body, and you're not. I'm gonna rebuke all of that. Okay, you know. Again, I'm not gonna vouch and say that's right or wrong. When you single, things happen. I'm gonna blame it on that. Is that okay? Can I say that? Is it
Cool,
safe?
cool. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
Okay,
Well, yeah, if you
that's where
single,
I'll
I
draw the
look at
line.
it like anything goes. You single, you single. You know what I mean?
But no,
That's
that's a
cool.
little reckless too, because you don't. I mean, hey, that's the misconception as well as being single. That means anything goes, and so therefore you're sexually reckless. I will not. I don't condone that. I'm a black conservative. I kind of say that proudly, and a lot of black Americans are conservative. But I'm just simply stating, you have a whole lot of life to live, or if you plan to live it out. You want to be responsible with every aspect of yourself, including your health and including your sexual health. But that's just me.
Now,
Sister,
I'm not. Oh,
sister.
go
Oh,
ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister. Line.
yeah,
It's all good.
Sister Juicy, thank you so much. And let's let the record reflect how the brothers we're getting so defensive at the idea of a simple massage while on vacation, right? And they're making allegations about happy endings. I don't know anything about that life. However, let the record reflect that they were really, really, really sensitive about the idea of us getting massages while on vacation, yet they are promoting sexual recklessness while single. Oh my gosh. And yet they don't get up in their feelings when their homeboys be going to the Dominican Republic and all these places hooking up with these women that are like little prostitutes and thoughts. So I just wanted to name that contradiction, and I land my plane.
I mean, I don't know how many are bringing them back on some immigrant, 90-day fiance affair type situation. But hey, it's all kind of things that are going on. I just kind of look and I mind my business, but um, I'm not going to go out. I think it's a little risky for me personally to go out the country and share your body with somebody from a third world country. We don't have the same medical facilities and different things like that. So you really have to think. I'm really being honest as far as look at it from a health perspective about who you share your body with. But it's that, to me, that's reckless, whether it's a man or a woman. How about that? I'm not gonna just get all, lost in the sauce because somebody look good. I'm not caught up in the exterior. What is the depth? What is underneath? What lies beneath, beloved? No, I quit.
Well, let's just be surreal, sister. We all grown here, though. Everybody has physical needs, one way or the other. You gonna make something happen. Let's just and we gonna end it on that. Put it like that. Big Boda, it's on you. And oh man, we got brother Ben, international
Brother
player.
Ben,
Brother Ben
international.
in the national player. I knew you. I knew you was gonna come. I knew this was gonna bring you in here.
Oh gosh, it's bringing up all the nasties. No, I'm joking. I don't know the brother, but the conversation is
I
getting a
knew
little spicy. I ain't even
I
gonna
knew that
lie.
was gonna bring you in here. I knew that was gonna bring you in here, Pippin. But wait, I'm gonna let you unload the cannon in a second. We got you, brother. Hold up, Big Bo, this on you.
Yes, sir. I just want to answer back to Juicy. I want to answer back to Juicy about the brother, getting a marriage scammed. You know, they've been showing me these camcorder videos. The old school brothers been showing me their camcorder videos. They go down to Dominican Republic, like the sister said, Colombia, and Brazil for the most part. And I gotta admit, they be having me stuck. I can't really say nothing back when they show this sister. She got the brown chocolate skin and she cooking breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they ain't gotta buy. You know what I'm saying? They ain't gotta buy everything in the stove for her to do that. Like as soon as they get off the plane, and then after she done knocked them out and put them to sleep, they wake up, all their clothes is ironed and washed and stuff. I'm like, damn. I can't really say shit, bro. We ain't getting that over here. We ain't getting that over here, bro. But like I said, I want an FBA wife and FBA children. But at the same time, like, we got to be totally honest about this dating culture we got here. It's not cut and dry. Like, you got sisters talking about, oh, I got to bring my cousin on a date with me, just so we can be safe. And, I want you to pay for her meal too. I'm like, come on, man. We can't have that. You gonna.
We cannot. That's awful. And sisters, if y'all out here doing it, please stop. I witnessed it on the last Thursday. A quick story. I swear it's gonna be fast. Me and my sisters went out to celebrate a birthday. A couple, a man and a woman, sat down, and you could tell there was an internet date because the man don't look nothing like the woman. Like, they don't look like a match at all. It's like, oh, they met online. You can just tell. You know what I'm saying? And then they was she was disconnected because her face was in the phone the whole time. Your phone's supposed to be turned down. Don't even take your phone the fuck out. You got a human being right across from you. Why are you on whatever's on your phone can wait? But she's scrolling on her phone, and then she invites her third wheel, and they're dapping it up and girlfriending it up, and she started ordering drinks. And he's looking like, what the hell? We observed it. We're just observing, like, oh, she done third wheel the nigga. We looking like, wow. And then we're about to head out, and another woman comes. They were planning to cash this brother out. Now, he was giving Russell Wilson vibes, which is a good vibe, very stand up, clean cut, respectable man, you know, but they was giving city girlish, and they was finna cash out brother. And I really wish, again, the climate of dating is not good because you're taking advantage of good men, and you're turning them bitter to even wanting to interact with you on a dating level. And it needs to stop.
Believe it or not, sis, I come from Hunts Point. I'm from the Bronx, New York. And anybody know about Hunts Point? Hunts Point is the biggest blade on the planet. I'm gonna say that again, Brother Ben. Hunts Point is the biggest blade on the planet. With that being said, I grew up around a lot of players and pimps and things of that nature. And the player once told me, he said, the best players are the ones that had their hearts severely broken. And that is the truth. Brother Ben, it's on you, brother.
It was up now. I'll make some quick points. A lot of people have the misnomer that women overseas are submissive. It's not that they so much submissive, it's that they're cooperative than what people will consider Western women. Another thing is that a lot of the guys that the sister was saying that goes down in their 40s or 50s, a lot of them are retired military. They able to work offline, and they go down there to live. So you do have the guys that go down there to say to throw their dick a party. You do have that, but you also have guys that go down there that really trying to have a relationship. They just move. They get tired of the white people's bullshit, and they really have good relationships, kids, and everything down there. And they don't even bring the women back to the States. They just live their lives out down there. And as far as what Racer Bo was saying, he's correct. Like, I see a lot of, I don't want to just say sisters, European women are the big culprits of that. They'll go overseas. And when women go overseas, they kind of, since they're away from home, they get looser because it's like no one's going to see. They have nobody. They have no fear of nobody seeing them again. So they leave all inhibitions at the door. You know what I'm saying? So they do go down there and they do play around. And that's not just with the natives. They play around with the tourists and everything else. And sisters, you got to be careful because you do have scammers down there. And that also goes for the men, because men we have in the States, we think that the women, like the sister said, the grass is green on the other side. But women at the end of the day are all the same. And you got scammers down there that know the game, and they're waiting for you when you get down there. They'll treat you nice because they know the situation that goes on in the States. and they'll butter you up and they'll get in your pockets. And I've seen a lot of men lose a lot of money with that shit. And far as the sisters, to be careful with the situation that's going on, where they're saying that black women are the least desired online, are the least desired, period, and finding a mate. Is some Nigerians, they be having think tanks over there on how to get sisters when they come over here to get green cards. So they're working to work sisters that they think they can't get good black men to marry them, and that's a way for them to get a green card. So we got to be careful on all sides, always think that FBA women are the best. You know what I mean? I'm sure the black women think black men are the best. We just have some problems living in this Western society that we copy their ways, and we lose you know, our masculinity, and women are losing their femininity. So you don't need to be an independent woman, because if I'm trying to start a family, that's a business. I'm talking about independent is you by yourself. So, what I'm saying? If you're independent, then I don't need you then. That means you going solo. So I want a joint venture. So things can be on both sides. That's all I'm trying to say. Everybody just need to be careful, and just be careful when they're traveling.
Thank you, Brother Ben. That's the God's honest truth, brother.
I like to add on to that, right? I said earlier I'm 38. I know a lot of women who travel internationally by themselves. Like I'm with Juicy Genius. Like I'm definitely, conservative when it comes doing the things. Like I would never go abroad alone, but a lot of sisters do. And they don't just go to one country. They'll be like, yeah, I'm going on a trip. Like they're going backpacking, like how white people do after college or whatever, or after high school. And they'll definitely like go to different countries by themselves, or on vacation by themselves. Every time there's like a spring break, or they get some vacation times, they're just out alone. And I think that definitely does mimic like how white women are, move throughout the world or whatever. But there's like human trafficking, there's all types of stuff going on. So I just got to, I travel by myself sometimes for business. It's really not often. But I don't really feel comfortable doing that domestically like that when I'm going places. And when I do, everybody got my hotel information, my flight information, where I'm going to be at, and a contact person on the ground for me, whatever city or state that I go to. But it's rare that I travel, alone. But I just really started getting to the point where I feel comfortable even traveling for business here and there on short trips by myself. So I just wanted to name that in response to Brother Ben's comment.
Thank you, sister. Appreciate you. Brother Onko, you want to add on before I move on?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you over there with that, but the Pancake Africanist pack, man, that's one of the best packs to hit, man. Yeah, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the sister files traveling alone. You kind of I seen people travel alone. They ain't got to be on nothing doing some strange or some change or some freaky shit. If you stay like in the tourist zones, tourist areas, you pretty much all right, and just keep a level head about yourself. If you travel to like South American countries, the main thing is like the men, they have that more machismo thing. So if they kind of like hit on you, just tell them, oh, I'm married already. And just show them some face, because I know someone will kind of cut them down, and they take that as they losing face, and they may start some shit. So but other than that, man, if you stay in the popular areas, and keep your head on your shoulders. Another thing is, women go out and they drink. That's where they get in trouble with the alcohol. You know what I'm saying? So you really got to be careful of that. Even with the bartenders, you got to watch them, because you in these countries, man, they be on some shady shit. And you got people that work in teams, because you got to remember, when you come down to a lot of people, that's their whole game in third world countries, is just to work the tourists. So the police would be in on it, the bartenders, the hotel staff, all that shit. So just keep your head on your shoulders, and don't be intoxicated. If you don't get drunk, stay in your fucking hotel room. Oh, and
Yeah,
also I say, everybody, whatever you do with these third world countries, and I don't care what the natives do, and I don't care how good the weed is and the drugs, stay away from that shit, because you do not want to end up in jail in a third world fucking country. And the U.S. Embassy will not help you. Only thing they'll do is come in there and say, we'll call your folks and let them know you're here, and make sure that the laws of the land are in English. And they'll visit you every year while you locked up, and that's it.
Absolutely. I want to add on to that just really briefly, because I see hands up, right?
traveling internationally, often we can be at the beach with our friends or something, and then tourists will just come up, and a lot of folks don't respect privacy or personal space in the same way that we do in America. So, I could be on the beach and then people come up to you selling stuff, and they'll like legit come up to your beach chair and just get real or try to get real up close and personal. So those are things that I look out for. That's why I don't go nowhere by myself. In terms of the drinks, there was a whole scandal and operation in many of the resorts in the Dominican Republic over the last couple of years, where bartenders they would wait until couples or people about to check out in like the last few days, and they would get them sick, and then they would send a nurse or a doctor there that sort of works for the hotel and charge them. The hotel would charge them this crazy bill, but a lot of people die from that, like whatever alcohol or whatever they were given to make people sick so they can bring in a scam doctor, to sort of extort money from these tourists. That happened. And even some Black couples, Black Americans are targeted a lot overseas. So I wanted to name that. And then the other thing too, when it comes to drinking, a lot of them are using like grain alcohol and all types of stuff. You don't know what that stuff is. So if you do drink, ladies, try to make sure it comes out of a bottle like some wine or something like that, or just try not to do it, especially when you're out. But yeah, I just wanted to name those things.
Yeah, they have counterfeit alcohol in some places. Yep, you got to be careful. It's better to buy your own booze from a reputable place, man. Yeah, they have all kind of crazy shit going on.
I'm glad I'm not a drinker.
Yeah, their survival level is definitely at the. I mean, it's a third world survival level. So, if they are just trying to feed their family or survive another day, they will cross anybody. And if you're a green American tourist, there to have a good time. That's when you're vulnerable. They can take advantage of you. But I always like to tell people, go to the embassy. Like that's make that like one of the first things you do when you get to a new country. Go to the U.S. embassy at least so that you have some receipts on track with them that you're in that country should you come up missing or get trafficked or something like that. I mean, just in the case of some type of is risk management. Minimize your risk. So cover your bases at the beginning. This is what I was taught.
Yeah, you can do
So
that online too, sister. You don't even got to go to the embassy. You can do that online. And
okay.
those people too in third world countries, they don't look at you as the same as their own people. So they really don't have a morality thing. They just look at you as prey. It ain't like they can't go home and sleep good at night. You're just a victim. I mean, just something for them to get over on.
Yeah, the last thing I was just going to state was that if 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 more, I definitely encourage international traveling, but if you don't have to go solo, I've had, I've gone internationally. I've traveled solo internationally, and idealistically, I wouldn't want to, but in certain case scenarios, you just have to go where the money flows in that case. But um, as long as you cover your bases and you really have it's going to get to the point to where you're going to have security if you can budget that in, and just stay places like he was stating in high tourist locations, and only go where there's cameras, only go where there's someone that knows that you're there, there's some type of security personnel in the vicinity. So it's just different things that I've learned. I don't mind sharing, but that stronger independent shit may go a little far here, but internationally, no, 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 no. You still a female, FYI.
Yeah, I just want to add in, man. I work a pretty good job. I make decent money. I just ain't hit that six figure mark yet. Where I'm pushing over 100K. I just don't feel like it shouldn't be no dollar sign on good cooperation. If I'm paying the bills, handling my business, I shouldn't you can't get this cooperation out of me unless you make six figures. That's how a lot of chicks is nowadays. Like they don't want to submit or work with you or nothing unless you just breaking the bank. That's a problem for me.
Hey, Big
And
Boda, I think I know what you.
Ben.
No, I said I think I'm a Big Boda talking about, because what happens with a lot of those guys, man, they'll go down there to like Colombia or Brazil with their friends or Southeast Asia, right? And they'll start seeing the difference So then when they come back, they have a contrast, like an X-ray, grayscale and so they can see the difference with it. Damn, I'm over here. The women are more in shape. They're more cooperative. They're not in my pocket as much. So then they kind of build up a tolerance to American women to where they say, fuck it, I'm not even going to deal with them. I'm just going to go overseas and just deal with that. So I think that the American women, I'm just saying, just have to step it up a bit. And this don't go, it's not a black and white thing. This goes for anybody that's westernized.
Yeah, and I was just speaking on that earlier, Brother Ben, and then that's why, in particular, I didn't label any ethnicity or any race, because even through my personal own experience and of witnessing certain things, that I seen that this type of mindset is not only seeped into our women, but it's seeped into other ethnicities that are in the states that have been Americanized across the board. So let's be clear. It's not just black men who are doing these trips, or black women. It's just American men in general. You know what I'm saying? I even see certain tapes where you have a lot of white men going down there, even though we know they've been doing that. But even certain in places, I'm starting to see Hispanic men starting to make that pilgrimage as well. And then you think that they're just because you see them on the tourist site that they're from there. A lot of them aren't. So don't be confused by that. And with that being said, like I said, me personally, I was just going to speak to Brother Boulder's point. Brother, I just hit the six-figure mark, low six figures, but I just hit that mark last year. I finally reached top pay at my job, so I finally met that threshold last year. But the thing is that I'm not sure, being that I'm a blue collar worker, that women still, especially if I'm when I'm in my work capacity, they don't. I don't think I'm the ideal six-figure guy, if you get what I'm saying. So it's really a bad illusion, to where, like, and brother, rest in peace, brother Kevin Samuels has spoke on this, to where the women are not necessarily looking at the plumbers, the utility workers, the firemen, in certain jobs where these brothers are making bank, but you looking at the occupation and saying, oh, he's not a six-figure guy, and you're dead wrong. But brother Boulder, you can keep building, and then we're gonna move on to brother Pat.
I gotta head out, brother Racer, man. But y'all have a blessed day, man.
I appreciate you, brother, on Cold, man. You already know it's a blessing, brother. Shouts out to you, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, as far as the sisters here, like, I
I
totally
just wanted to speak real
understand.
quick. Sister Linus,
Oh,
wasn't
okay,
you and I
somebody
in
cut
that
me off.
Tesla space where we were talking about the black brothers in trade? Talking about the trade skills of the
Oh well,
brothers.
yeah, we were
I
saying
remember
like
they were.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think I was in there.
Oh,
When Tesla was going off
okay.
because there was a lot of dudes. She said these are the typingest ass dudes she's ever seen in her life on Twitter. They just be typing. She said, "What happened to the blue collar workers that know how to like fix, brakes or a transmission or And I was like, yeah, what happened to the brothers that know how to lay pipe, like the plumbers and stuff? But she was just saying how it's just a bunch of dudes who are just really effeminate. They just be typing. She said, where did y'all learn how to type from? So yeah, Juicy, it was hilarious. But I love blue
I
collar
mean, I know
brothers.
we were
First of all, my
looking,
father.
for
hmm We're definitely looking for them. But blue collar workers. I mean, I would prefer a man who's blue collar because they can make a lot. They can definitely make a lot of money in their skill and in their trade. But those brothers have a really independent mindset because there's not a European or anyone standing over top of you, forcing you to conform in a corporate setting. And so, that's just one thing I want to name. I'm sorry that our blue collar brothers do feel like they're not getting chosen. But for me, preferably, I would prefer a brother who knows how to roll up his sleeve and do manly stuff and has a skill and he's not forced to conform and code switch and deal with a whole bunch of Europeans all day. I'm just saying, unless he's running his own business and he's an entrepreneur or something and he's like maybe a white collar brother, but you got to be independent. I feel like a lot of brothers who work in law and in banking and finance, it comes along with a whole bunch of other anti-black socialization and conditioning that's guised under the premise of professionalism. And I think it's a bunch of bullshit. Those are just coon factories.
Hey, real talk. I work
yes.
for corporate. It's a lot of stuff that goes on in the corporate offices and stuff like that. That's like spirit breaking. It's buck breaking type of scenarios going on where, they chip away at your soul at these places. One thing I wanted to say about the sisters here, I totally understand like the harsh conditions and stuff that the sisters have been put through that would make them build up some type of toughness. But as far as that toughness goes, that masculine energy and stuff, it's okay to put that away when you dating somebody, or when you in a relationship with somebody, kind of put that to the back burner and save that for the white folks that's, racist against you. But when it comes to your man and stuff, kind of be soft towards him, be feminine and cooperative towards him, but save all that heat for the white folks. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, brother Boda. Brother Path, it's on you, brother.
Okay, well, I again appreciate the conversation. I think Lioness said something that I want to speak on at least shortly. Within the legal environment, they try to butt break you within the first years, within the auspices of, or it's communicated with the auspices of it, the legal industry being a conservative industry, but really it's just like anything else, trying to get you to set white supremacy on each levels. Regarding the broader topic, I mean, I think we as men specifically, a lot of times we want to talk about, well, women don't want to set a man who's a blue collar worker or who's making less than $100,000 a year. When I think that's really us not understanding the game. We're taught that kind of the game is only relegated if you're going to try to be a pimp or a player. But really, even for being a wife, you really have to understand what type of woman you're speaking to. Like every woman doesn't have a wife's mentality. Like a lot of women are just trying to use you or just try to have sex with you. That's fine if that's what you want. Well, it's not fine if what you want, at least the destruction of our ethnic group, because at the end of the day, if we don't have healthy relationships between man and woman, everything falls apart. I think our current dystopian reality is a high reflection of that. But anyway, let's just assume that that reality wasn't real. It would be fine if that's what you want. You want to be a pimp or a player, then you need to find a woman who could be used within those roles. Likewise, if you want to be a husband and be married to a woman, you need to find a woman who is loyal and as her creed, what she believes in, and also wants to treat you right and bring genuine love to you and your family and to your community. So we as men, we haven't been taught often the game about how to detect which one a woman is a wife material woman versus which woman is not. And then even worse yet, we're often advocated to kind of be in a sub kind of pimpish or playerish role where you're seeking all these women for positions that are not beneficial to the long-term nature or welfare of you, your family, or your community. But again, I'm going to step off the.
Thank you, brother Path. I 100% agree with you, and that's 100% real, brother. Without a doubt. Thank you, brother, for that. Brother John Horse, it's on you, brother.
Yo, what's good? This is a good conversation about relationships and everything like that. I'll just say this. Everything will balance itself out when it comes to, the power dynamics amongst men and women within our community. Probably sooner than later, just because of everything that we got going on now. If you know, just kind of like the white supremacists, their will has to be broken, and in a kind of in the same sense, you know what I'm saying, like when it comes to men and women, like being stubborn, like your will gets broken when certain things start to happen. In the near future, like you're gonna have women who appreciate the men who build. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, with everything we got going on, you see the situation down in Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to need men who know how to get their own water. You're going to need men who know how to build their own houses. You're going to need men who know how to handle power grids. You're going to need, the people like that. You know what I'm saying? And having athletes and rappers and stuff like that, that's not going to really cut it. So, you know what I'm saying? I believe like social media really kind of screwed up a lot of these little young chicks' heads and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because it allows them to see a fantasy and it doesn't allow them to really live in reality like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what I foresee is that our society is going to balance itself out. It's going to be messy on how it happens, but You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is. Like survival of the fittest. You know what I'm saying? Like the strongest women are gonna be the women who get with the strongest man. That's just how that's gonna go. You know what I'm saying? And when I mean strong, I'm not necessarily talking about attitude or being independent. Your strength comes from you being feminine. You know what I'm saying? Your strength comes in you cooperating. You know what I mean? Your strength comes in your ability to be a teacher. You know what I'm saying? A child's first teacher is the mother. So all of that is going to be, taken into consideration. And those who get it, and those who don't. You're just going to fall by the wayside, and it needs to be that way. Now I'll land there.
Thank you, brother. You already know that was 100% the truth, man. And that was real. I appreciate you, brother John.
Hey, that
Anybody?
brother was preaching.
Yeah, definitely was, brother. Definitely was. We could tell that came from straight from the heavens, brother. We appreciate that and the ancestors. Brother Ben, anybody want to build on that? Brother Pav, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, I just got a DM from somebody I'm trying to answer back. So I'm gonna leave with this, man. That brother John was preaching because like ain't nothing more powerful than a woman that has a sweet spirit and uses it right. Like she ain't got no bass in her voice. She's a nurturer. She's helpful, friendly. Not too friendly to the wrong people. But I'm just saying that's that feminine energy. It's something powerful about that, man. She can make the world move with that stuff. But when
Yeah.
you got all this bass in your voice, you trying to fight like a man, that's something different. You're in a weak position at that point.
It triggers something in men. Like sweet women trigger something in masculine men where it's just like it throws us in the overdrive to want to just protect them and just keep them out of trouble. Like, you know what I'm saying? To just damn near hide them almost. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just something about women like that, you know what I'm saying? Like we guard and protect, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't try to go to war with them, you know what I'm saying? From what I've noticed and how, some of my homegirls and stuff like that, they just certain ones where it's just like, bro, it's like, I need you over here. Like, if I don't care if I'm on the other side of town, like, you're not gonna be waiting by yourself because I gotta protect you. You're not even my girlfriend, but I just need you to be. You know what I'm saying? You just need to be. You know what I'm saying? It's just because of her personality and stuff like that. Certain women you just don't come across. You know what I'm saying? Twice. So
Amen.
Y'all make one comment is that y'all probably already covered this. Is that I think women need to know is that men don't care about degrees and shit you have, man. We really don't give a shit about that. Because I think women try to, I don't know, some kind of competition thing. I think that that's more for women to look at a man's accomplishments, but men don't care about that. You can be a Subway artist at the sandwich shop. We don't care.
Yeah, that's a
absolutely
fact.
right. Absolutely right.
Brother Pav, go ahead, brother Pav.
Okay, my memory is just really pathetic. Anyway, yeah, just kind of going back to the point of again the benefits of understanding like what type of woman you're dealing with. Like anybody, if you listen to these new dating circle, what's called they're getting on a lot of these ladies and saying that a lot of these ladies by 35 have had one or two genuine dudes, and the chances that they're not, in a relationship and or married with them is because they made the wrong choices. But often it's the same true with the men, in that given that we're kind of taught this BS culture of just trying to deal with all these women instead of focusing on a marriage, when we lose out on opportunities. Like any man who's been with a real genuine woman, let's say, even if she's not exactly everything you were looking for, like a lot of these women will actually try to accommodate. So, she may read a book or something else and come with a different skill set, let's just say, that is, accommodates your needs. And as you get older, you're like, man, it's retarded that I kind of was still out here doing all this stupid stuff instead of just being with somebody who could have I could have built with and really had some happiness there. And so some of it is, like I said, the larger culture really needs a shift, because it's just kind of foolish the more you get older and understand how much stupid stuff, instead of focusing on building with, we have a lot of folks out here with bad intentions, that's true, but forget that. If you're going to be in a relationship, you only need really one partner. So instead of building with somebody who has a genuine righteous and loving spirit towards you and is loyal, like I said, you're spending out here kind of spinning wheels and all this guessing and questioning and confusion, which is not only hurting you individually, but collectively has destroyed our community. But again, getting off the mic.
Thank you, brother Pav. Thank you, brother. Sister Double I, it's on you.
I think like a lot of women, I won't speak overall, but I know a lot of women I know like that go into relationships, they haven't dealt with past trauma or baggage, so they're bringing that into a relationship, and they don't know how to, in a sense, submit because they're afraid of, well, I'm going to be hurt. So I'm going to try to protect myself, and it's a defense mechanism. So they have this wall up and feel like they have to be this way. And sometimes it's just based upon not even necessarily their personal experience or personal trauma, but something that has been passed down to them from their parents. Like, even with my niece, like, her attitude and the way she moves and operates and thinks, it's nothing that she's personally been through or experienced herself, but it's based upon things that her mom has shared with her or exposed her to or projected onto her and passed that trauma down to her. So she has this, I want to say, messed up mentality at a young age. She just graduated high school, and that kind of goes back to what you said earlier, Raceable. It's girls that are in middle school, that has this anti-male. They automatically have this hate toward some men, and it's because of what's been projected to them from their mother, who's probably just hurt and bitter and hasn't dealt with some of the pain or trauma that she's experienced in her life.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think that's definitely where the propaganda comes in when it comes to the children, because they're adopting this silly ass mindset through the music, through television, through these silly ass reality TV shows, and a lot of that degenerate programming. We have to unplug from that. Like me, I haven't watched I always called it hip hop hoes and basketball bitches. No disrespect to the sisters in the room, that's what I always called it, because I knew exactly what kind of image they was trying to project, in particular after the starting with the third, fourth seasons of that show. And I haven't watched it since. Like, I haven't watched them shows in over about almost 10 years maybe. And every time I see it, I see the sisters on there getting drunk, fighting. There's always some type of drama, some type of silly shit, and you have celebrities out here getting paid to promote this dumb stuff, and it kills me. Like, yo, a lot of them, because especially that we're delineating, we're starting to find out that a lot of them are not FBA anyway, that are promoting this degeneracy, and we're sitting here soaking it up. Not all of us, but a segment of community. But one thing, that's another thing I love about these spaces, is I'm glad to see there's a large segment of our community that isn't adopting that culture and understanding that it is promoting a toxic environment amongst our community, and especially when it comes to the dynamic between us and our sisters. And I'll land on that. Sister Lioness had to step out. She'll be back in a second. She gonna hold it down for us. But I'm here. I'm here. Anybody on the stage with a mic, you're free to speak. And anybody that's down in the crowd, if you're listening and if you're enjoying the conversation, you want to add on, you're more than welcome to come up to the stage. But I just want to thank everybody for coming into the room. This has definitely been a good build that we have, and we definitely getting a lot of things worked out, a lot of understanding between the brothers and the sisters, and everybody that's been on the stage. I want to thank y'all for dropping your perspective, dropping knowledge on the stage, and I appreciate that, definitely. Shouts out to y'all.
I want to quote Jason Black from there's a certain quote that he usually says. He's to the women. He usually says, "A woman's survival is based on the quality of man that she'll end up marrying." So that's just something that a lot of women got to just take into account. You know what I'm saying? Your survival is going to be based on the type of man that you're going to end up laying with, you know what I'm saying, being with for the rest of your life. So you just got to really be, you know what I'm saying, calculated in who you choose.
Yeah, absolutely. But that also applies to us, brother. I'm all definitely hold us accountable on that. We can't be
Oh,
sitting
yeah.
there running around chasing the Tatianas and the chicken heads and all of that silly stuff, man. And I just believe that we just need more communication. A lot of this is a lack of communication, and we have to start uh dissecting a lot of like I said, the degeneracy, separating ourselves from that and start getting back to family building and nation building. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Brother Path, it's on you, brother. And then if John Horse, you want to pick it up after that, you're more than welcome, brother. Go ahead, brother Path.
Okay, and yeah, I remember. I think I remember the point. I think the phrase that a good woman is worth her weight of gold is understatement. Is that she's worth her weight in platinum and everything else because she passes not only her blessings to you in your life and your family, but also generationally. So I think we as men need to that in mind is that you're really selling yourself out. Really, you're getting short term benefits, but you're selling yourself long term if you're not with a wife material woman. And then secondly, we as men, we also bring those benefits. I think it's often talked about what we provide in terms of provision, but as far as also managing the welfare and the morals and the values of your kids that leads to generational wealth. That's benefit that a good man who's trying to do good by his woman, by his family also brings. So we need to remind ourselves that our value when we're in those roles is also multiplied generationally. But I think that was the last point. I'm getting back off the mic.
Yeah, I would say, you know, it's all about us having, as men specifically, it's all about us having an agenda. You know what I'm saying? Always having an agenda, you know, as to why you're trying to be in relationships with certain types of women. Like, what's your agenda for being with this woman? What's your type of agenda for being with this lady? You know what I'm saying? It's just all about, you know what I'm saying, understanding what you there for, you know. Always have an agenda when you going into something. An agenda backed by a code of conduct. I say that.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the space, man. I appreciate y'all. I definitely appreciate the ladies that was on the stage because this is definitely a topic that we need to discuss it. And we definitely need to have more discussions like this amongst the family because we need to keep this open line of communication between the brothers and sisters and definitely find some common ground amongst our community to where we can start putting things back together and getting on the right track as a people. Once again, anybody on the stage, you more than free to unmute your mic and build if you choose to. The stage is not crowded right now, and the family that's down there listening, if you're free and available, you're more than welcome to come on the stage and add to the conversation. I definitely appreciate it. Shouts out to y'all once again.
I'll say that I definitely appreciate the conversation. It's needed. I always try to talk to some of my people and, my cousins, my friends, to try to work through some of their issues, almost in a sense playing counselor or whatever or mediator um, with them in certain situations in hopes of breaking the cycle. But I know we always say this: you can't save everybody, and sometimes people got to learn the hard way. But I definitely appreciate you having this space, and I hope you continue to have, keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I thank you, sister. No doubt, man. I appreciate you coming in here too, man. Sharing your piece, man. You definitely been uh, 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 adding to the conversation. Definitely giving us a great perspective, and I'm and another thing I'm actually proud of. I'm glad to see a lot of our young sisters are not adapting that mindset. You know what I'm saying? Especially the sisters that came in this room, came in this, on this stage. And I'm glad to hear that our young sisters out there seeking a husband, seeking a good man, and that's where we need to go, man. Because a lot of this work, we're not putting this work in for us. This is for our children. This is for our future generations. So um, we gotta make sure we keep this locked tight, and we gotta put our best foot forward and make one of this our best runs ever, or we're not gonna have a future. And I just want to shout out the brothers and sisters who are really working to make our community strong again, and get us back in a place of rulership in the land that we built. And I land on that for now. Yeah, forgive me, family, if the room goes dead. I'm not the type of brother like that really loves to hear himself talk. I'm just not that dude. So once again, if you're in the room, you're more than welcome to come on stage and join the conversation and build with the family. Um, if not, I'll give everybody 10 minutes, man, and then I'll be closing the space down. If that's the case, it seems like a lot of brothers and sisters are exiting the room anyway. So, but regardless, I appreciate y'all joining us. Uh, Shout out to my brother on Code, my sister Lioness. They both have had a couple of things to do. And shout out to everybody in the room that been rocking with us since we opened up. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I think in a certain sense we also probably need to get back into like mentoring the younger generation. You know, we have to get back into mentoring the young men and the young women. Um, I feel like in a certain sense, like when it comes to the young men, we kind of have that somewhat, with like, Tariq and Jason Black. You can always call Jason Black, and he can, he's been putting a lot of young dudes on game about how to get their paper straight and everything like that. But I think we really, really, really need like those strong motherly figures for a lot of the young women. For some odd reason, I just don't, maybe it's just me, but I don't really see that we have like those strong motherly figures that can really, really help, guide the young women towards like, marriage and stuff like that, to really, give them some game about, how do you go about getting a man like this? How do you go about doing this? How do you go about doing that? Right now, all you see is like, the media, what I'm saying, this toxic media that they throwing on a lot of the young girls, IG models and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I think it's on us to start breaking that uh how can I say that cycle, as far as us absorbing this propaganda that we're receiving from the dominant society. Like I think and this could be actual good business investments for the sisters. I think the sisters need to start investing in charming beauty schools again. You know what I'm saying, including with with hair care and things of that nature. That stuff that the sisters are into, specifically for them. And we need to start moving, thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see a charming beauty school where the sisters go there, learn how to do hair. You know what I'm saying? Learn table etiquette. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to cook. You know what I'm saying? Create cookbooks and things of that nature. And you know what I'm saying? Like sort of like a new improved home ec, for lack of better words. Brother Path, it's on you. Brother Path, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was trying to look at some of my notes. Yeah, and I guess we changed the conversation. So, yeah, I think there are a few ladies, at least in, well, I guess to address the question directly, I think within the physical space, we don't have really too many people, physical reality, who are advocating healthy relationships between men and women, how we develop ourselves. But at least within this digital space, there's a few cats on YouTube who are, at least few ladies, excuse me, sound a little old, few ladies on YouTube I think are pretty good at that. Some of which being Crimson Cure, she's got a very good channel. I think the other one's called Danica Says So. She's got a pretty good, know, not I'm gonna look it up right now. She's got a pretty good show. Six to Goddess, she's got a pretty good one. So those three offhand, and then they refer to other ones. So I think there's quite a few resources now for. I put on the S tier or the A tier is Jason Black, who talks about building our wealth and finances. Other than him, to me, everybody else is like B tier or lower. So I don't know. I'm just gonna put that out there. But anyway, that's just what I got.
Yeah, thank you, brother Path. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody joining us, man. I'm about to close the space down in about 10 minutes. So if anybody want to come on the stage and say their piece, they're more than welcome. Anybody that's still on the stage that got a little more to add, or you're more than welcome. I actually got a couple of things to do. I see the family must be on the same page. Everybody's exiting out the space. So I guess I'll start to shut it down. I want to appreciate everybody that's been riding with me in the space. Brother Shrampstein, I see you, Brother Matt. Everybody that's been in the room, Brother Path, I appreciate you, Sister Kiss, and everybody that's been rocking. I even see some of y'all listeners now there, Sister Kimmy D, A Joke. I saw y'all down there listening. I appreciate y'all for joining us, man. I just got to actually a couple of things that I'm gonna do, and then I don't mind revisiting this conversation later on this evening. So definitely when I get the opportunity, I'll reopen another space. But thank y'all, and peace and blessings, reparations, deportations, and let's get the things together. Let's get some straightening. I love y'all.